uh, Vanilla Wild Red versus.
Travel through the open door. Circumstances navigated the path. And like I sway so fast. No, we got no means. Sometimes you see, I know we couldn't make it. Even when I'm off beat, I still land on my feet. And nothing can shake me. Cause I know life took a hold. I never land on my feet. This is where I am destined to be. I'm not ready to give up. I believe in the miracle of life. Life's a play for no rehearsal. Quickly they'll come for your role. Games can play, can't take it personal. Cause the devil is a liar. I'm telling you the truth. It's all in what you do. Some things you gotta prove. It's fight for millions. Take a second, see the blessing in it. With much expected, much is given. When to make a living, now I'm giving back to children. Never let the power come first before your happiness. Yes, you can be the best if you go the distance. Mix a little sweat with your persistence. You know that the best things are never instant. Just shine up, let them see your brilliance. Get up, open up your eyes now. It's the moment of truth. No backing down. We're bringing it tonight. Oh, for the children, it's a given. You gotta give it, be a blessing.
This my personal statement. Run the game like I'm aces. Learn and develop patience. Determined to be the greatest. Yeah, bobbing and weaving. They changing up like the seasons. Indigenous to the grind. So I do it for all my people. Jabbing in competition. Back up against the ropes. You fighting for recognition. I'm fighting just to promote equality where we lacking. Or cancer slowing our road. I'm confident we'll make it. We focus on common goals. Yeah.
Give back, give love, give insight away. Never give up, stand tall to fight another day. 2 toes, 2 feet, I stand on the ground. I'm going wrestle and fight this final round. Life's a play for no rehearsal. Learn quickly, they'll come for your role. Can't take it personal. Cause the devil is a liar. Telling you the truth, tell me what you do, some things you gotta prove, I'm gonna share all that I have and give to those in need.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey, what's up, Birdman? What's up? Mac of the South. What it do? Team 57. Richie Rich, K Sims, Keno, Thug and D. Appreciate you, man. What's up, Super Bros? Thank you, Shant G. Big homie Coop. Shant G. KJ. I am J. Lou. AJ McCoy. Appreciate you, KJ, again, man. Welcome to the show, man. Pile on in. Pile on in. Pile on in. New time, same show. How about that? New time, same show. I got to start posting it on my community page to remind people. But anyways, man, I think this is a very important conversation to have. I'm going to open this conversation by saying by no means am I attacking anyone or Tank Davis or as it pertains to this, but I was accused of assault, of attempted. I don't know if they censor that word, but that R word. When I was a second year college kid, not a fresh. I was still a freshman, but it was my second year. I had to transfer schools, and I told this story before here, but it was very like disgusting to sit in front of it was me, a black girl, and a Mexican girl. And the Mexican girl accused me of the R word. First of all, let me welcome y'all to the show. Don't forget to Support Kyle. Don't forget to support Kyle and his documentary, man. Please support the young man doing great things. Again, congratulations to him and his family on graduation. And thank you guys for coming in here early, man. And we're gonna jump into it. And I was sitting there. It was first they send you to the office by yourself, right? And I'm like, rape. I mean, R word. I don't know if it's censored on YouTube or not. R word. What are you talking about? And I'm like, no, I didn't do it. Imagine having to tell the dean of the school. Imagine me, Frederick, having to tell the dean of a school, no, I'm literally sleeping with her roommate. Like that's so humiliating. You know what I mean? And it was nerve-wracking for me, man. It was like 48, 72 hours. She lied and went to the dean and said I was sneaking in her room trying to R her. And I was like, no, I'm not attracted to you, Ma. And long story short, she was attracted to me and was jealous that I was sleeping with her roommate. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. So when these, and I've been on both sides of the fence as it pertains to women in my family have been sexually assaulted. And so I'm very aggressive as it pertains is because it's a sensitive, you know how we have buttons that trigger us, and these are one of them. You know what I mean? This is one of them. And I just think it's awful. And truth be told, I'm not a real Rolly fan. Like I'm a Devin. If I was a fan, I would be a fan of Devin Haney, you know. And I like the banter between him and Devin. I know Devin is the better, better fighter or anything, but I like the banter going back and forth, you know, and all it does is build profiles and keeps us interested in the sport of boxing. And Rolly has done an exceptional job at this, at keeping us very interested as to his career and the trajectory of his career. And I'm gonna put on his. Oh, I haven't even played my trailer yet. Have I played my trailer? I haven't even played the trailer yet. I'm so locked in on this damn topic. We're gonna play the trailer and then we're gonna get back to the show. Okay, how about that? Y'all go watch Nine Wives, man. Click the link that's in the alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries. And can you expound on that?
Yeah, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
At least 15. At least 15. And what here he is. I'm here now. I'm here. Yeah. The show starts at 7:30, Opulent. 7:30, 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. And I appreciate you, Trapping Podcast. And yeah, man, it's just more accommodating to everyone. And we'll see how it goes. We'll try it for a year, see how it goes. And if it's successful, we'll keep it here, you know. And this, where am I at with the story? Oh, Rolly. I was gonna pull up Rolly's response. Let me. Can y'all see that? Oh no, I didn't share. Is that big enough? Can y'all see that? I'm gonna read his response. This is from Rolly's official Instagram. After 3.5 months of my name being slandered with false accusations, having to miss out on opportunities, cheated of my dream, and out of a massive amount of wealth, the investigation into the allegations made against me has been formally closed. Charges were not filed because the allegations could not be substantiated because, as I always stated, I am innocent. I am now the symbol of freedom, purity, and love, known as the boxer formerly known as Rolly. Now, all you hate mother effers can, yeah. go do all of that, you know. And I know the I'll leave it up for a second so you guys can read it if you like. I know many of us are like, well, F Rolly. Well, he's this, he's that, man. He hating on Devin, he hating on. But at the end of the day, I think this is a manhood issue. I really believe this is a manhood issue. And I know everybody gonna say, well, he pro-black, and above being pro-black is standing for truth. All right, that's just my opinion. You know, I used to believe if the white man, you know, in my 20s, it's weird because I say that, but I never acted it out. I never played the victim my entire life, but I had a level of empathy for people who sometimes play victim and or was victim of it. You know, nothing really deterred me. You know, and but I do have a great level of empathy for black men, especially. Um, but I think this supersedes color, gender, political choice, who you dating. Is she black, white? Is he black, white, Asian, tall, short? Is he a good fighter or a bad fighter, world champion, gatekeeper, excuse me? I think this supersedes all of that. And I think everyone should post about it. I'm not asking everybody to stand front line or anything like that, because Rolly is not Rosa Parks. You know, there was what was her name? Gosh darn it. I just watched her interview too. What was her name? She's still alive. Oh man. She was 15 at the time and in school. Oh, what's her name? I'm drawing a blank on her name, but 9 months prior to Rosa Parks, there was another young lady that sat on the bus that didn't get up off the bus. Okay. And Rosa Parks was chosen because of her connection with the NAACP and her husband being clean and her being clean. And so you have it. So I understand, like, when we see Rolly, he's a gimmick, and he is. But at the end of the day, I think that I think this is a manhood issue. I'll give you guys read it. Go to his official. I truly believe this is a manhood issue. And I think we should put down the Mexican flag. I think we should put down the pro-black flag. I think we should put down, I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat, I'm a liberal, I'm a Muslim. Thank you, Miss Colvin. Thank you. You know, and so on and so forth, man. I'm rich, you poor. You know, that whole you rich, I'm poor, you know, that whole shebang. I think we should put that down. Red pills YouTubers get around the censorship by saying grape. Thank you, dog. Thank you. You and Rolly were accused of grape. Example, she is a grapist. Statutory grape. I like that, Rolly. Thank you, dog. Yeah, if I ever need to use that word again, it'll come up tonight. So we're going to use the word grape, okay? We're going to use the word grape, the fruit, grape. Thank you, dog. Thank you. Yeah, man. It was demoralizing for me, man. And I, like I said, I still can feel myself in that office. I told you guys a long time ago. The only reason why I know he graduated from Syracuse, because I was sitting right here. He's sitting on the other side of his desk, and I'm just looking at his face, and I can see the top of his head, and it says Syracuse. And I'm just sitting there like, I can't believe I'm about to go down. Because when you're accused as a black man, you think it's over. Oh my God, I'm about to go down. And then he called in the girl I was sleeping with, had to call her in. It was just disgusting, dog. It was just a whole freak show. And it lasted for 72 hours, you know, but the fact that my heart is in my throat for 72 hours makes me sick. And just think what this fight would have done for Rolly. You know, like the ancillary success that would have happened. Yeah, he more than likely would have lost to Tank. But imagine being on Tank's platform for 3 months. You know, you could spin the bottle, and if you lose to Tank, guess what? You're still a high prize fighter in your next fight if you have a good showing. Everybody gonna want to fight you now. Same way they doing the young man Isaac Cruz, and it's not Isaac Cruz, Isaac Garcia. What one of them name? Leo Santa Cruz. Yeah, Isaac Cruz. I know they got the same last name. You know, and it's not Isaac Cruz's fault, you know. But I just feel genuinely bad for this young man. Like, I really feel bad for this man. And I think Al Haymon, I think Leonard Ellerbe, who's very vocal on this, should be challenged in the media. Everyone should have Leonard Ellerbe in their mentions. Everybody should. I mean, it's because he'll respond to you on Twitter. I don't use Twitter, so and if I add him, he'll block me like that. You know, Leonard Ellerbe don't like me no more. And it's just a tragedy what they did to this man on accusations. If I walk by a man, or excuse me, I run at nighttime a lot, right? If I run by a person at nighttime and they say I assaulted him, and I'm running, the police gonna pull me over and think I assaulted the man. Yeah, I am terrible with the Latinos, they TB. And I lived 14 years in Whittier. You know what I mean? I grew up in LA. I should be great with these Latino names, you know? So anybody can be accused, man. I can guarantee you, I'm gonna get accused of something. I'm not I shouldn't say guarantee, but because I am like this, I have a public voice, I'm gonna be accused of something in the next 2 years of something. You know, I slandered somebody's name. It happens to all of us that have platforms, you know, and I feel bad for this young man. I just feel bad for him, man. And what's worse about this is Leonard Ellerbe protected Floyd, and whether it was true or false, we'll never know, but he was convicted. I don't know. Can someone tell me what Floyd was convicted of, if you have time? Uh, um, so Floyd did 20-something days in jail because of this after his fight. Do you understand what I'm saying? I was there. I was at the fight. After his fight, he went to jail and got out in July or something like that. He had a little afro. Remember that picture went viral? And so with that being said, and if you remember, Tank Davis, remember at a celebrity basketball game, he grabbed some woman, which is believed to be his baby mama. You know, he grabbed her. I don't know if I gotta share this. And by no means am I hating on Tank, but we gotta be honest. I don't hate Tank at all, but we gotta be honest here. Can y'all see that? All right, cool. Give me all your shit.
I see. All right, so hold on, before we get into it, I want to introduce Dance by Journey, all right? Now, this is the dance team of women from all across the world.
If you guys remember that. This is why it's so confusing to me. It's because Tank has open cases. You understand? I want to. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you, dog. I appreciate you sending it to me. So, thank you. Floyd Mayweather has been convicted of domestic abuse charges 3 times. Wow. He pleaded guilty to battery against the mother of one of his children in 2002 and received a suspended sentence. Wow, I didn't know that. Wow. Choosh. When someone beams in, I'm going to pull up the articles, okay? And so, because I want to layer this, this ain't no witch hunt on Floyd. This ain't no witch hunt on Tank Davis, but I'm layering this. Because it's important that we understand that it's going to be your favorite fighter next. It's going to be you at a job. It's going to be your son. It's going to be your daughter. I don't know who it's going to be, but it's going to be somebody. This is going to happen to somebody in the chat. This is just a reality. And we got to stop all of it. We got to stand up as men. Forget commerce, forget money, and stand up as men. I think every fighter needs to speak up on this. Every promoter, every manager, every trainer, every fan. I think this is important. The same way we go hard when a man assaults a woman, I will always use my platform to speak out against that. Y'all saw what I did to Sergey Kovalev. I went in on Sergey. I think it's disgusting what he did. I think that it's time, man. It's time. Yeah, Oscar and all that. I challenge Oscar on all that too. You know, like, man, come on, man. Bob Arum, I'm not gonna say it because I'm gonna ask him. Remind me to, hey, respect my tech. Remind me to bring that up against Bob. Okay. Matter of fact, I already asked him about that. It's in one of my interviews, and you know what his answer was? It was tough at times. I did ask him about that. Respect my tech. See, man. Let me pat myself on the back. Fearless Fred did it again and didn't even know it. I asked him about that case about the girl in Mexico, and he said it was tough at times. You know what I mean? So I think Rolly was set up. And one of the reasons why I think he was set up because of the business of boxing, Samson gets a lot of his he gets a lot of people on cards. And I think that it was a business decision. And let me open up these phone lines, dog. Let me do that. Because I know we got, and feel free if you disagree and you want to, if you want to get into the literal sense, and I know you want assault, sexual assault, physical assault, you want to get into the technicalities of that, that's fine. But I'm just talking about assault just in general, you know. But I understand you want to get into the technicalities. I thought of that before the show. People gonna get real literal on you, Fred. It's not the same. It's a little bit different. I get it, but no man should. I mean, I've been I've been put in positions where at a young age, at a very young age, and I just literally walk away, man. I literally just walk away. Is it out of fear? I don't know. But I've been to jail for 2 days, man. And I'm telling you, I don't ever want to go back. I have no desire to go back. 832. What's up?
Hey, what up, Fred?
Hey, how you doing, dog?
Hey, man, first time caller, man. This Mr. Freight Trapping himself, man. Hey, man, I just want to.
Let me hold up. Let me make you official, dog. Let me make you official.
Welcome to the show.
Man, it's all love, man. Appreciate you.
Hey, man, your knowledge between you and Kyle for boxing. I'm a fan, but I'm not a deep fan like you, man. You put me on that business side of it, and I appreciate it, bro.
Oh, that's love.
And I enjoyed it. I enjoy it, man. I started supporting from the very moment I caught you. But man, this topic you talking about, bro, it's really deep, man. It's deep, and I had to call because, bro, I was in that situation, man. I was in that situation. 1990 high school, you know, we all and we getting ready to go to college. You know what I mean? And you get caught up at these parties with these strippers, and you know, your mama always tell you, hey, man, don't let me catch you with more than 2 people. And don't let me catch you with somebody that I ain't never seen before. But when you're 18 and you out there partying on that street, man, and you're getting ready to go to school, you just kind of having fun, and people start mingling in that you ain't never seen before, right? So, long story short, you know, end of the night, it's about 6 guys still at the house with about 3 strippers. Somebody do something that they don't want to do, or they didn't pay the stripper for whatever they did, and now it's a big ruckus. At the end of the day, you put them out, right? When you put them out and you don't pay them, it's a problem.
Oh yeah.
So with with the sexual assault thing, well, I don't want to let the algorithm go mess up with the
Grape
assault thing.
Okay, so,
with the Grape thing,
yeah.
with the Grape, but you know, there's levels to it. There's levels to it. So when you're going with the Grape thing, you know, it's actually taking something from somebody.
Yeah.
But when you go on to the other side, I mean, I could kiss you or touch you wrong, and it's assault. You dig what I'm saying? So now the way the law goes is, if it's more than one and I can't prove who did it, okay, let me get them with the assault, so it encompasses all of them, no matter if they did it or not. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So these young kids, man, and that's what I do, man. When all was said and done, bro, that was almost 25 years ago. When it's all said and done, you know, it happened for a reason. I didn't do it, but it doesn't matter now, because God has put me in a place where what I went through is buried 6 feet deep. It ain't coming back up. I don't care who bring it up, how they try to throw it in my face. It ain't coming back up, because God done already forgave me for putting myself in that position, but it's 6 feet deep. But I tell these kids all the time, every time I coach the elite football, I do all of that. I tell them, hey man, get you 2 or 3 guys, chill with them. Anybody else come around, because it's just like anybody could be walking down the street, going home from the store. Hey bro, what's up, man? Hey, and they run up and they start walking with you. Next thing to know, the laws pull up. Hey man, this young lady say you did something to her. I didn't do it. Well, both of y'all come with me. Prime example, the kid, what happened up in New York with the young men. You see what I'm saying? So you have to be aware of your surroundings and your surroundings. I'm sorry, and we just gotta find somebody to stand up and walk for us and be on our side, instead of saying that because somebody said you did the great thing to them, that you're automatically guilty because of the color of your skin. And then 9 times out of 10, the color of your skin don't have the green to fight the case, just like them guys up in was it Harvard or that lacrosse team?
Yeah, the lacrosse team. Yeah,
that young lady.
Yeah,
facts. Yeah.
Speaking facts. Yeah.
They had the green for it to go away. I didn't have the green, so I had to take 10 years probation, dropped all the way down, all the aggravated stuff that they charged us with, dropped all the way down to a simple assault, because they just wanted to convict black boys, black athletes, and put them in the system. Man, once they put you in the system, they figure they got you.
Yeah.
But God say otherwise, bro. Bro, I built me a trucking academy. I'm at a Fortune 500 trucking company, doing my thing, bro. Hey man, I'm telling you, bro, Rolly, he can bounce back from this. He just gotta have the endurance, bro. He just gotta know how to. He gotta know how to put everything in line and let God work it out. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, hey man, this like I said, this topic kind of touched me hard. It's my first call, and I'm glad I got in with you.
Love, dog.
Say, man, it's love, man. I appreciate you. Everything y'all do for the show, all of your guests you bring on, everybody that come out the chat, man, I'll be rolling. You dig? I'll be rolling. And I even take some pointers from you, because, you know, I got the Freight Trapping Podcast.
That's what's up.
And that's I teach about trucking, and I teach about all of that kind of stuff, because that's what God told me to do.
Well, you got to come on as a guest, because we got a lot of truckers, and I know Champion Hart wants to start his own trucking business, and we got
hey man, bring me on anytime you're ready. You can come on my show, I can come on yours. However you want to do it.
Both ways.
Oh yeah, however you want to do it, Fred, man. I'm with you. I'm with anybody who need any information on that. Anybody get this training, because you know in February they're coming up with that ELDT rule.
I don't know what that is. What's that?
You just can't go into the DOT office and take your CDL no more. You have to have a certified certificate from a registered training facility before they even let you take the test. See, a lot of people don't know that, but that's what I talk about on my channel, along with a little banter and laughter and all that kind of stuff.
Facts. What's the? Wait, I'm gonna put it in the chat, because people are very interested. They ask me what's your It's called what? Spell it.
The Freight, F-R-8-G-H-T.
F-R what?
Trapping, F-R-8, the number 8. G-H-T. Trapping, T-R-A-P-N, podcast.
Got it.
The Freight Trapping Podcast, man. Y'all come in. I got videos on there. I've been doing it for a year. It's really organic. I ain't buying no subs. I ain't trying to do none of that because I'm not doing it for the money from YouTube. I'm doing it because I love what I do. I got a passion for trucking. You know what I'm saying? I got a passion for teaching people how to drive. So at the end of the day, I get on there, we talk, I give tips, and you know, people come in, I answer questions. Of course, we make money at our academy, but at the end of the day, I still try to put you on the right path of the way that I think, or what the route I took to become successful at being a truck driver, being an owner operator, and doing stuff the right way.
That's beautiful. And it's important because when you as you get older, you understand the importance of truck drivers. Like when you become a man or a woman, you're like, oh shit, trucking is our bloodline, you know? So yeah.
Bro, let me tell you something. People didn't understand the importance of supply chain until this pandemic hit.
Facts.
I've been working nonstop since the pandemic started.
I bet.
Because of the supply and demand of people being at home. Box trucks, man, you got people in box trucks that have gotten up and made a killing. You got people who did it the right way, bro. You got some of these people getting trucking because it's a trend. I don't teach trends, man. I teach you how to build a foundation and then allow the process to help you become millionaire.
Beautiful.
See what I'm saying? It's a process, bro. And people get in this thinking, oh, okay, I'm going to jump in this here because my partner, bro, trucking take time. It takes you to build a relationship with shippers. It takes time for you to get into this industry and make your mark, especially if you brand new in it. But it can be done. It can be done. And I'm telling you, man, it can create generational wealth.
So that's important.
That's what I'm talking about. Man, that's what I'm talking about on the podcast. Man, thank you to your subscribers. Thank you for listening. Thank you for letting me come on. And bro, hey man, I'm so excited, bro. We on this here. We in the barbershop, man. Keep give me the business of boxing, baby. Keep giving it to me.
I will. For sure.
Hey man, hey, email me or shoot. I'll email you. The email is thefreighttrapping@gmail.com. Same thing on Instagram, the Freight Trapping Podcast, Roberts TLA on Instagram, and man, all of that. But yeah, man, I'll email you. You email me.
I just subscribed.
And we can set it up.
I just subscribed. Yeah, sure.
Yes, sir. And we can set it up. Yes, sir.
Done deal.
Man, hey, bro, love what you do, man.
Thank
I can feel bro, I'm gonna tell you something. I can feel the spirit of what you do. I consider myself. I can read people. Bro, what you do is organic. And I don't know if nobody ever gave you your flowers. They have. I've heard them giving your flowers, but bro, what you do is organic. I don't even know you personally, bro, but you look like a cousin.
Oh yeah, we got. I see the beard. I see the beard popping. Yeah. Yeah, we related somehow. You know what I mean? We somewhere close to the equator. You know what I
mean? Yeah. But you feel like a cousin because, bro, you talk real. You don't talk that fluff. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
And so I appreciate you, bro.
Oh,
I appreciate you.
It's all love, dog, for sure.
Oh yeah. And tell Kyle, man, I'll get up with him. I'll call him and catch him on there one day.
Yeah, he'll be on there around 8:30, 9 o'clock. He'll be here.
Okay, man. I'm just not getting out the truck, heading to the house and go take care of my babies, put them to sleep.
That's what's up. That's what I just did. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you just got a handful of new subscribers too, for sure.
Oh man, I thank you guys, man. Hey man, y'all come in, check out the older content. Y'all got any questions, email me. Hey man, I go on Sunday. I'm gonna have Hudson Freight on. They broker agent. Man, y'all come on, ask them questions. You know, get some game from them. They also got some classes. My wife got classes. She teaches dispatching classes. We do it virtually. We do it in-house. However y'all want to do it. Hey, man, we got the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, for sure. I got you.
Appreciate your friend,
No,
man.
it's all love. It's all love.
I mean, I'm going to let somebody else get in here.
Thank you. Appreciate you, dog.
All right, baby.
All right, peace, King. Yeah, we got a celebrity in the house. We got Blu-ray in the building. What's up, big homie? Hey, appreciate you, Blu-ray. And that's the link to his to his podcast. Oh shit, the guest, everybody's favorite caller. Hey, I ain't gonna they love you or hate you, but they want to hear from you. I guarantee you that. No lie. What's up?
Fred, what are your thoughts on the Rollys situation, man?
Man, like I said, he is not my favorite candidate for this because he's not the guy that's gonna stand firm and stand tall on this issue. No, he just want to shame some people. You know, he want to say ha ha, maybe point his finger and say I'm right. He don't want to stand up for social justice. I'm just saying this. I think us as men, I'm not asking us to stand up in front of TMT promotions at a fight and rally. I'm saying if the fans are observant of this, if boxing fans and everyone are observant, it eliminates it. Not eliminates it. Forgive me for saying that, but it puts they know it's going to be repercussions of it. See, Floyd and Leonard and let's just say that whole group, right? I'm not going to cast a spell upon it. It's just one person. But they think they're above the law. They think they can do and say what they want, but they forgot that it's real independent media out there. You know, it's real. Yes.
In order to understand Rolly, you have to understand Bill Cosby, right? If they were so quick to call off that fight because they know, man, they know what Rolly doing, man. You don't think they do? If you got money invested in a person, you know what he's doing in his private life. Does that make sense to you?
No, because you can't say that because Tank Davis is he assaulted a woman in public.
Of course.
So,
Tank too, man.
But that's what I'm saying.
Listen.
You can't have, and I've gotten better at this over the years because I told you 7 years ago when I had this, hey, I ain't gonna lie, 7 years ago before Lincoln was born, I would let some stuff go. You know, I'm not, you know, but now as a real parent, as an everyday parent, man, Fred don't play no games, you know what I mean? And I'm a man that has absolute freedom in his life. I mean, when I say absolute, go ahead. No, I'm just saying.
No, what were you saying?
And I'm just saying that it's just incredibly important that we have this rubric for men. You know, like just rubric for men. And I know Rolly is not the guy you want to, you know, I get it, but it's still he was accused and the charges didn't stand up.
Okay, repeat this for a second.
Yes.
Let me get you where I live every day. Okay, when I look at this shit. Okay, you even commented how quick they were to pull out of that fight real quick without giving him the benefit of the doubt. And you were like, what about any man who's innocent that could get charged? That makes, you know, but they know him, bro. They know him. Now, in order to understand this situation, let's go back to Bill Cosby. Nobody saw that coming because they didn't know Bill Cosby. The people who knew Bill Cosby knew Bill Cosby. You feel what I'm saying here? That wasn't a shock to everybody.
I understand that.
Okay.
I get that. Just like my friends know Fred loves the JJ, right? And like everybody knows Fred is like whatever the case may be. But Fred doesn't take for JJ. Fred doesn't assault women for JJ. Fred don't do none of that stuff. So the point I'm making is that he is innocent. Bill Cosby, they unsealed his case, and then it all started spilling out. You know, I haven't researched this in a long time, so it's been about 4 or 5 years. So I don't know. I forget the case, but I believe it was unsealed, and he admitted to doing something. Am I right?
Yeah, he's been doing that shit since the 60s, since before you was born. Okay? But yet, the average person didn't know. Everybody in Hollywood knew, just like Weinstein. You don't think they knew about Weinstein? And you don't think there's like a dozen Weinsteins operating now as we speak?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I believe there are people that manipulate, that leverage their position. I understand that. But this is an isolated case. This is an isolated case, and to compare it to another case, I believe it would do injustice to Rolly not getting charged.
Okay, but here's the thing. When a couple of girls are saying it, it's an accusation, unsubstantiated. When several girls are saying it, it's a pattern. And now you saw this with Bill Cosby. I used him as
I understand
as
where
a
you're going
benchmark.
with it. I get it. I get you.
Because when 50 women come forward from 40 years ago, this is here, man, like a block of concrete. This is not any suspicion. This is fact. He's been doing this. It's a pattern from the 60s all the way up to now. He's been knocking women out with that shit and doing what he wants to do. Okay, so all I'm saying is the people who knew Bill Cosby knew him. They were just waiting for that shoe to drop, and they were not shocked. And what if the people who have money behind Rolly? Believe me, when you got money behind a person,
well, they got money behind Tank.
Or you should know what their proclivities are, and you keep an eye on them. You send a handler out to them to keep them in check. So when the shoe drops, they back away because they know the shit is true. If it wasn't true, that fight would have went on. Okay,
I disagree. No, I disagree. I disagree.
That fight got stopped too quick, right?
I disagree.
I'm just telling you, bro. Did the fight get stopped too quick?
Too quick. I agree with you on that.
See what I'm saying? There you go. That's your answer right there.
No, but Tank still had a fight date. 2 fight dates last year. You understand what I'm saying?
It's bringing in a little bit more. You know what I mean? There's levels to this shit, bro.
Man,
there's certain shit they'll take, and there's certain shit they can handle if you bringing in that revenue, bro.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about. I'm not talking
and
about.
Don't get me wrong. Listen, slapping a hoe, that's pimp shit. But raping a bitch, that's high level criminal shit. That's totally.
Well, I'm not gonna. I mean, wrong is wrong. You're not gonna get me to agree with you. Slapping it, nah, it's pimp shit. Listen.
Oh, look at the NFL. Look at the NFL. How many murderers do you got? How many murderers were allowed to be in the NFL after they knew they were murderers? Come on, man. There's levels to this shit, and it's based on.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
A lot of different factors. Would you agree on that?
Well, it's based on a lot of different factors. I would agree with that. But prior to that, no, you're not going to get me to say, oh, there's levels to it. No, I've never hit it. See, you talking to a man who's never hit a woman, but was accused of Grape. You get what I'm saying?
Roethlisberger. Come on.
And I spoke about that on my platform.
I spoke perpetrator.
Yes, two of them. Known rapist. And I spoke about
Come on, Fred.
No, but I spoke about that, and I wasn't popular then. So I mean, it wasn't important. So yeah, I mean, but
the last thing I want to say, when you're dealing with a situation like this, there's 2 lanes. There's white people accused of a crime, and then there's us. You have to focus on blacks. They're gonna slam us. They're always waiting to lock a black man up for anything.
Right.
Okay. And when Raleigh, the situation came out, and they knew who he was anyway, they just pull out. Now I bet you if he was Canelo, it would have went on. The show goes on.
Facts. It's money. It's about money.
If it's Tank, the show goes on.
Right.
There's levels to it. It depends on who you are, what kind of star you are, and how much revenue you bring in. They let Bill Cosby operate for 50 years because he had that money until it just got to a point where everybody could see it. You understand?
Sure.
But on that note, bro, I'm out.
Yeah, gotcha.
Have a good show, Fred.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate you. And I do understand your understanding, like if you're an asset, you get a longer leash. I understand that because I've seen it. I lived it in sports. You know, when I was in high school, I could do anything I want. When I got to college, shit, I got reprimanded for everything.
One last thing I want to say. You know, I went to school with Cedric Follows, right? Remember when Cedric? You remember what team Cedric went to when he got drafted?
Ooh,
Phoenix. Remember?
Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix.
Okay, now check this out. His first contract was only $100,000. You know why? He beat up his girlfriend. He had domestic violence issues. With this chick I know.
I'm gonna
throw a name out there that you know. Guess who he was dating?
Don't know.
My friend, Latrice Matkins. Remember Gerald Matkins from UCLA?
UCLA, his sister?
That's his cousin.
Yeah.
All right, bro? So, see how it works? He still got a contract. $100,000. That was a lot of money. You know, he coming out of Cal State Fullerton, right? And we know he went on to make millions, but initially he got only that much because of that, but he still got it. You see what I mean, bro?
Yeah. So you're
Fred,
agreeing with me on the tank part. So we agree on that. Yeah, I agree.
Course.
I agree with you.
Fred, I've been seeing this shit a long time, bro. You know, decades I've been looking at this shit. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that out to you. You there?
I'm listening. Yeah, I'm always listening.
Oh, okay.
I listen to everybody.
All right, I got another call coming in, bro. But I gotta
okay.
go.
I appreciate you calling me before you took your important call. Thank you.
All right. No problem, man.
All right, peace. Hey, people got to be careful with the predicaments that they allow themselves to be placed in. This situation is not cool. Rolly got to out everyone. I agree. Rolly got to speak up. Rolly no. 808. I just read it. What's up?
Well, I was gonna say you gotta read my.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the right time. What's up?
Nah, you good. I always feel like I gotta come on after him, after old boy, because when he say certain things like slapping the hoe is pimping. that shit be crawling up my skin.
I already know.
It's like people got, along with what my super chat said, when you put yourself out there, like Fred, don't everything matter? Like what you say on social media now. When we grew up, Fred, I'm assuming it was like this for you too. You didn't have all this stuff. You ain't have social media. You ain't had to worry about somebody putting you on tape or whatever and all that stuff. But now you got to worry about that stuff. You got to be cognitive of that. So you have to worry about how you present yourself. And so, like, when he say stuff like that, if somebody was to come up and say he did something, I'd be like, well, he probably do. I could see that because he, just using it as a loose example. When he be like, slapping the hoe, that's pimping. Like, or some of the shit that he be saying. I'd be like, yeah, that wouldn't shock me. And that's how, like, Rolly, I think he falls into that because, you could say shit like that about him and people could say, well, I could see that could be, that he could have done that. And I think it's wrong, Fred. If they did that shit to him, Rolly need to out them. He need to sue them. He need to be a millionaire 10 times over by the end of this year.
Right.
The girls need to go to jail if they took money for lying. Because from my understanding, they didn't have standing, which means they didn't have nothing to substantiate anything that they said. And you shouldn't do a person like that. Nobody.
You're right.
That's not a game.
It's not a game.
That's all I wanted to say, Fred.
No, I appreciate
y'all, man. Think about where the hell y'all be at.
You did say slapping the hoe was pimping. That man crazy. Man, you crazy, Charles. You crazy.
Yeah,
slapping the hoe was pimping. Man, you know what? Man, that's the gateway. That's the test. If I slap her, will she stay? Wait, will she stay? Will she call the police?
Hey, I stand on what I say though. I ain't saying none of that.
Yeah. Man, you be saying something about some female. I'll be like, what the fuck? Why you gotta talk like that?
Hey, I mean, there's a difference between bitches and women. You know what I mean? So that's how I stand. But shout out to Rolly though.
I enjoy watching you on these shows too.
Oh, and we get to have Miss T. That's 7:30. Yeah. See, I thought of you. Yeah, you're part of the reason. Seriously.
Look, I got it came right over. Fred, I'm loving your time now.
Oh yeah, I already know. I was watching you. My PVC. Yeah, I was watching.
Look, Fred, you see what old boy was trying to say? PVC ain't got no money problem.
Oh yeah, shit, man. I've been. Y'all gonna call me? I mean, there's not a compliment or an adjective you can use to describe me because I said this day was coming. And
Nostradamus.
yeah, Fred Adamus, man. Fred Adamus, man. Al ran away with the plug and the money. Shit, he gone. Al is so filthy rich right now, it's ridiculous.
Hey, Mex and Fred, do y'all think that he should run boxing like he do a hedge fund company?
I mean, he's not successful at it. So, I mean, he was successful because it worked. He got hundreds of millions of dollars, dog. Like, Al is, man, listen, if I was in that hedge fund, I would be ballistic, but I'm not, but the investors are. The investors are.
That's what I was gonna ask you. Who is the VIP? Who's gonna get paid first? The fighter or the investor?
Oh, they ain't getting paid because it can't succeed, because if it succeeds, he has to pay back the dividends and the principal and the dividends. He can't afford that. He can't afford that. So PBC has to fail. They change their name and they move on. They go to when they get another TV deal, PBC is going to change its name. That's what's going to happen. We'll never know, but on paper it's going to be a different name. So
I'll try to old
yeah,
bankruptcy.
yeah.
Sure. Okay. Look, Fred tried to told y'all to listen up on that. Fred, I'm gonna get out the way. All right, next. Watch your mouth.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Mr. Haney in the building, man. What's up, Mr. Haney? How you doing, man? Hey, my clip is loaded. You already know what I'm talking about after this show. My clip is loaded. We beat the shit out of Floyd Mayweather.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a given. That's something that's true and it's a fact. You know what I mean? Just like the knockout drops that Rollys is passing around Las Vegas. You know what I mean? And I don't know who's defending. Because when I done been in the streets all my life, right? And I've never had no woman ever accuse me of no tree jumping. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, if it's one person, like Mike got convicted on one woman, and Tupac got convicted on one woman. You know what I'm saying? But when it's a multiple amount of women that's coming up saying the same thing, then you got a pattern, and they don't know each other, and the nigga's broke. You know what I'm saying? He's broke. So it ain't like that they're gonna win nothing. I got a daughter. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm not into that. I'm not into that kind of shit.
Right.
And they might not be able to prove it. You know what I'm saying? They might not be able to prove it, but at the same time, it's not just one woman that said it.
Yeah.
And rapists get away with a lot of shit for a long time. But the thing about rapists is it's something sick that's going on with them, and they end up keep doing it, and they keep doing it, and they get busted.
Right.
Eventually.
Right.
And based on the accusation, you got a whole movie based on what women have said about a man. You know what I'm saying? And you develop an opinion, and you call this man on whatever he is. And he's never been to jail about it, but you made a whole movie, and this sucker ass Rolly Romero, you know what I'm saying? And then you come in, and then I hear you defending and him and saying that. Am I true? Because I just jumped on.
Yeah, no, you're right. I am defending.
That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
Well,
Fred.
I mean, it hasn't been proven. It hasn't been proven.
Listen, it hadn't been proven about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but we
it has. It has been proven.
Your opinion on it. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not. It's not an opinion. It's the proof.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I would love to debate this. Go ahead.
No, you got circumstances.
Mr. Haney, I just want to say hi. I never get a chance to speak to you.
You got circumstantial evidence against him. People saying whatever about Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah.
Elijah Muhammad has never been convicted or nothing. Elijah Muhammad has never been convicted or nothing. But you made a whole movie on accusations about women, and then you told me and the fans and everybody that you were standing on the principles of what he did to them women. So now when it comes to Rollys, for some reason, you know what I mean, that you deciding to roll with him instead of actually interviewing the accusers. So if you go over there and interview that girl, you might have a different opinion about it.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Can I respond? Hold on. Go ahead.
I'm gonna get out of my way, Mr. Haymon. This is Boxing Fans Talk TV, Ms. T. I just want to say hi. I always miss the opportunity to speak to you, so I just want to say hi, and then I'm gonna back out and let y'all fellas have this one.
All right, let's go backwards. Okay. I know for a fact.
I just had bad service.
Okay, no worries. I know for a fact that I know for a fact Elijah Muhammad had sex with a 15-year-old girl. And in a couple of years, I'm going to pull out a film from firsthand knowledge, people who were there. Two, they were accusations, right? And when you're accused of something, you're innocent till proven guilty as it pertains to Rolly. And through a formal investigation, the charges were dropped. I only can go upon what the police, there's no formal evidence, there's no penetration or anything like that I can think of that has. And speaking of, this is funny. See, you starting something, Mr. Haney. Illinois is calling me right now, but I ain't gonna do it right now. I ain't gonna do it. 815 is calling me right now. But anyways, he's gone. What's up, Max? He got bad service.
Nah, I feel like you did say the point as far as when there's multiple accusers, it looks like a pattern. Mm-hmm. But I think the bigger pattern we can look at is in today's era. Every time someone gets accused, there's always multiple. Like everyone that's ever got accused of anything within the past 10 years, more or less, there's always a whole bunch of women that come out at the same time.
Right.
You know, so it does kind of, and I'm not sure if you saw in your comments yesterday, but shout out to L-Dub. L-Dub put that all this happened around the contract time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I did appreciate you, L-Dub. I want to mention that. I gotta take that. Shit, they listening to the show, but yeah, man, it's it's if you're going on the legal reference, and I only have the legal reference to go off of, I reached out to the girl. What's her name? I'm gonna prove to you that I reached out to her. Do you remember her name? The primary accuser. What's the primary accuser's name? So I can look her up on Instagram. And I can show you I did my due diligence 2 months ago. I don't know her name. If you guys can get me, damn, they calling me like a motherfucker. But anyways, do you guys know her name? Talk for a second, Max.
Yeah. Now, another point I was gonna make was they said that there was a formal investigation as far as the Grape allegation. And I feel like if there was something, they wouldn't have dropped all charges. They would have at least lowered it down to maybe sexual battery or sexual assault or, sexual harassment at the very least. So the fact that they dropped all charges and there wasn't one other charge on the table, because I know when I've gone to court, they usually try to hit you with a big charge. And if they can't prove it, they drop it down to a lesser charge to hit you with something.
That was me.
The fact that everything got dropped, they didn't try to drop it from a Grape to a sexual assault, to a sexual battery, to a sexual harassment, or anything like that, anything sexually related. Who really knows? I wasn't in the courtroom. I haven't seen his paperwork. I don't know if it's public. I don't know what the investigation came up with or what their stuff is, but the same thing going on with Trey Songz right now.
Isn't it crazy? Some girl just, man, I saw that and I was like, God, Isabel Zambrano. Thank you. I'm gonna show you how Fred don't play with this. But yeah, man, it's Isabel Zambrano.
And first off, I'm not a Rolly fan. You know what I'm saying? Like, I always thought he's a clown, but like you said, it's a manhood issue. And I think a lot of times, if a woman gets caught for falsely accusing, not necessarily they can't prove it, but knowing that it was made up, I think they should face the same time as the charge, whatever the charge is. He's facing 15 and you lie, then you should face 15. Like, there's no consequence for girls throwing out false accusations or anyone.
Right.
You can say whatever you want about whoever you want.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Haney.
Thank you for having me, Fred. Thank you for letting me come on the platform. You know what I'm saying? I was in the car right then.
I know. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't necessarily, a lot of the things that I heard that you said about, about Elijah Muhammad, you know what I'm saying? a lot of people that I talk to, and you know that I have a good brother that is a part of the Nation of Islam that you talk to, that says that it's not true, that those things are not true. You know what I'm saying?
No.
But I'm not here to necessarily argue that. But I'm here to say that my brother says that you don't have the proof. That you don't have any proof like that. You only have accusations from women or from people that are no longer in the Nation of Islam.
I got birth records.
Huh?
I got birth records.
Okay. Do you have, with the birth records, do you have proof, the DNA proof? Because you know it was a time back then. Well, no, I'm just asking.
No, I don't know. I have a lot of information that I haven't even put out yet. I spent a year on this, if not more.
You remember, and I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that you remember it was a time where you could put a name on the birth certificate. You can put anybody's name on the birth certificate. The mom could do that, right?
The birth date, though. You can change the birth date.
7-8 years ago, she's saying that they started where you had to, the dad has to be there to sign on the birth certificate.
Right.
So birth records, I'm just saying, I'm just going on you to say that what you're saying is somebody else will have something to say about that, right? And I don't want to argue the movie, right?
Yeah.
I want your movie to do whatever. Okay, well, we can argue the movie.
Yeah, for sure.
We can argue that motherfucker. You know what I mean? You know, because I'm saying this: if you can come on here and tell your listeners to not listen to a woman that was accusing because she don't have no proof, and she's saying she's been assaulted by that guy. You know, I don't know what you own. I think that your hatred for PBC has now spilled over into you defending an accused rapist.
An accused rapist,
in order to slander, that's what I said, an accused rapist. You see what I'm saying? Right? In order to slander Floyd now. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a big, you know, I mean, I got respect for Floyd, but I'm not a big Floyd fan. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah.
But what I am gonna say is that he's had more than one woman come out and say that. And when they decided to pull the plug on an event, they weren't going against Rolly. Right? There was no sabotage. You see, you're gonna say it's a sabotage against Rolly, and they built this motherfucker up. They built him, Fred. You see what I'm saying? So, and it wasn't like that he's a threat to Javante Davis, but what they were attempting to do is disassociate themselves from an accused rapist. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I'll gladly respond to that. We got a caller on. What's up, caller? Hey, go ahead.
Hello, hi. This is Joseph. I'm calling from Chicago.
Okay.
What I want to say is, let me say congratulations to David Haney, father, man. I don't know how he did it, but he did a good job with his son. You know, my son is a 9-time national champion.
Okay.
And I watched David Haney dad, how he do his stuff, and I really respect it a lot. But what I'm trying to say to you guys, why you guys always going against the black? That's the thing I don't understand.
Fred?
I really don't get it. Why you guys always going against black?
Rolly's black.
Huh?
No, you going against black, Fred. You know what he's talking about. He talking about you. He ain't talking about me.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about why we going against our own people, and we are going through a lot in this country, in everywhere in the planet. Black people are not accepted to everywhere in the planet, but we get tired of that. You guys understand me?
Yeah, I understand you.
But what I'm trying to do, Fred, let me tell you something, Fred.
Yeah.
Your life is great, man. I listen to you because of the way that your life is going.
Yeah.
That's why I listen. I don't listen to you what you say, but what you try to do. And the same thing, maybe David Haney there don't see that. The same thing that David Haney there is doing for David Haney, you did the same thing by yourself. Do you understand me?
Sure.
But sometimes, man, we have to chill out a little bit and say because we're going through a lot in this country.
I agree.
We're going through a lot. We don't get the right job. We don't get everything. We go to national. Sometimes we lost, and we have to take it. We know we won the fight, but sometimes we just have to take it. We just have to take the pain before we turn to maybe a professional.
Right. Right.
But we get tired of it. We get tired of it. We don't have the way that when you go to, especially when you go to a boxing tournament, most of the judges are Mexicans and white.
Man, they don't know how hard it is to come up from the amateurs. Congratulations to you and your son, man. That's an amazing feat to be a 9-time national champion. And they don't understand.
We won the silver gloves 3 times, the Junior Olympics 3 times, USA National twice, Eastern Qualifier 1.
Amazing.
And what I'm trying to say to David Haney, Dan, you did a great job, man. I don't know how you did it for your son to be in that platform. I don't know how you did it better. You know, I watch your lifestyle, and I watch Barbershop also. I watch both of you guys, and I hear from you guys, but sometimes we have to step back a little bit, especially Floyd Mayweather. I can't talk about Floyd Mayweather. I can't talk about him because Floyd Mayweather changed the boxing scene. Yeah. And we have to find a way sometimes to give ourselves a little bit praise. So what we are doing, because we don't have, how many black people have a good job in this country? Even black people have a good job, they have to watch their back. Barbershop, you are out of it because you make your own thing. You find a way to design your own destiny. But some people can do that. You design your own destiny.
He ain't out of this
people
shit.
Can do that.
Don't give him that. Barbershop ain't out of this shit. He's still in it. Just like Don King said, in America, you still a nigga. You a rich nigga, educated nigga, you know, a nice nigga, whatever. You still a nigga, considered as a nigga to the other people. You know what I'm saying? And for you to come on here,
I understand that, but guess what? If you desire your own destiny like Barbershop, you took the nigga out from it, because guess what? You can have a food to eat. You just have to educate people how to do the same thing that he's doing. But sometimes we have to step away a little bit from the blacks.
Well, you can be successful. You can be successful and whatever you're right. But when you go and you experience, you take your kid and you put them in the schools, a private school or whatever, and you go down to the school, you'll see. It don't matter. They're going to still look at you as a nigga. And Fred, no.
Yeah, I know that. I know what you said. Because guess what? My son is 14 years old. He skipped high school. He's in college now. He's a 9-time national champion. The last time I went to tournament, West qualifier for silver gloves. We are not going to his own money. He uses his own money investment. He invests on the Delta Airline. That's the money we used to go to the tournament. Now, there's a lot of people over here I can ask them for money, but sometimes I just step back. But what I'm trying to say to you guys, sometimes we have to step away from it. Whether we can't talk nothing wrong about him. Okay. I don't say nothing wrong about Floyd. He changed the boxing game, and you guys have to start to respect that. Right. Because of Floyd Mayweather, that's what David Haney is in this point. Because his dad saw it. He saw what exactly is going with Floyd Mayweather. Say, okay, let me design my son a little bit so he can be his own promoter. We learn from each other. So if we learn from each other, one day we're going to take it we're going to keep on learning from each other, and we're going to be good. And the way that Barbershop is talking, we can learn from that and say, okay, let's design our kids a different way so people can start respect us. My son is 14 years old. He bought me a house because of boxing.
Damn. Congratulations.
My son bought me a house because of boxing. You know, but what I'm trying to say to you, we are doing good. We try to do good. So we have to step aside a little bit and give this, especially Floyd Mayweather, give me a praise. What he did.
Appreciate
No,
you.
that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say, man. Let's learn from each other. Barbershop, I listen to you a lot. But sometimes also I listen to you. I swear to God, man. I listen to your program every time you. If I don't go live, I listen to it after that. I listen to it. But sometimes let's step away from Floyd Mayweather a little bit. But that guy changed the boxing scene, man. He helped a lot of people.
Okay.
Last time I was watching you were talking to McVay or something. If something is wrong, why McVay don't step around and say, let me go and see Floyd Mayweather by myself? Floyd Mayweather didn't have a time for him that time he was fighting. He was making his own thing. He was doing everything. If his cousin is doing something with Big Bay, he's supposed to step up and say, let me go and see Floyd Mayweather by myself. But he said that he want to step back. He don't want to get inside with all this thing. You're supposed to go ahead and say, let me talk to Floyd Mayweather by myself. Baba Shep, I listen to you, man. I take a lot of things that you are saying, man. I learn a lot of things from you. Even I'm older than you. I used to fight for Don King. If I'm older than you, but I still listen to you.
Thank you.
We learn from each other. But sometimes let's step away a little bit. We are tired, and black people are tired, man. Maybe you guys don't see that. Show me what planet that black people are accepted for. Which planet? Which country? You tell me which country. If you can talk about Floyd Mayweather, what he's doing, and everything, show me which country that black people are accepted. So black people can live their peace. Show me which country, one country, even with our own. I'm from Ghana. Even our own country stuff is also. I don't go to my country because when I go there, there's everything over there because of too much poor people. I feel sad inside my heart.
Yeah, can wrap it up.
Please, let's change it a little bit. You're doing a good job, but sometimes let's step away from a lot of people, a lot of black people, what they are doing, man. We go through the knowledge and everything. We don't grow up with in the good home that they can face our mind. Like the way David Haney did to David Haney.
Yep.
You see how it's so polite, the way he talks.
I'm with it.
You can't take nothing away from David Haney the way he did to his dad. Maybe his dad have to go through. He went through a lot of things, but he tried to show his son how to live the way that human beings supposed to live.
Right. Last word. And your last word.
My last word is, excuse me, let's step away from Floyd Mayweather did a lot for these people, everybody.
Right.
Let's give him a praise for that, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you. What's up? Appreciate you, Kevin Brower. I played the song for you. Go ahead, Mr. Haney. You want me to respond?
The brother. The brother. He's speaking to you real, Fred. You know what I'm saying? We sitting back. I love to come by the barbershop. You know that. You know what I'm saying? And you always, as soon as I hit you with the thing, you know what I mean? You immediately hit me with the, you know what I'm saying? And so, right, your platform is amazing, but, man, bro, you've been on one. You've been on one.
And I'm going to stay on one because I don't care about what white people say or do or anything else. It's either black people help each other or don't help each other. We got an affinity we got to compare ourselves to white lives. Black lives don't matter if you're comparing yourself to white lives.
You're defending an accused rapist right now.
I am not defending an accused rapist whose charges are gone. So he's not an accused rapist no more. He's a free man like me, like you, like everyone else.
Okay, Fred. Yes. But it was more than one girl that came.
And they still couldn't find anything.
Right.
So he's innocent. Okay. Yes.
Okay. If you say so, brother, if you say that's okay, then that's okay. To you. To me, I don't think it's okay, bro.
So that means if the next person is accused, if it's more than one woman, they're guilty?
I can't say that he's guilty, but I say he's an accused rapist.
Yeah, I don't.
You know what I mean? I don't say, listen, I'm not saying guilty or not. I say he's an accused rapist.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, none of us will let our daughters go on a date with them. I mean, if that's what we're getting down to.
And the thing about it is with an accused rapist or accused whatever, right? You've been in the streets, Fred. That can mean that it wasn't enough evidence to prove that he was guilty, right? But then for you to now say, "Oh, you're not a rapist. You're not a rapist." You're going against the victim. You're going against.
No, I'm not. I actually reached out to her. I actually reached out to her 2 months ago. I'm trying to find a DM. I reached out to her 2 months ago to tell her side of the story. I'll pull it up at some point in the show, and she didn't respond to me. So I chose to get both sides of the story when it was first out. But I can't go beyond the charges being dropped. Just like me, I went to the dean's office. A girl said I was trying to do something to her, realizing she was jealous I was sleeping with her roommate. So 72 hours later, it's no charges. You understand? I was on the verge of getting kicked out of college, going to jail, and not having money to fight the case. But
wait a minute. So you accuse rapists?
No, trying to.
Did somebody accuse you of rape?
No, tried to. They said I tried to. And when I was my second year in college, so I had to be 18, 19 years old.
Oh, shit, you got a different perspective on it than me. I've never been accused of no shit like that.
No,
never.
but the irony about it, I was sleeping with her roommate. So in the dorms, you know how you share the room. So right. I would go in her room at like 12, 1 o'clock at night and sleep with her roommate. But long story short, we were all in it. Huh?
She was bitter. She was bitter about the relationship.
Yeah, long story short, she had a crush on me. That was the end of the story. We all sat in Dave Leonard's office, and she ended up having a crush on me. That's the truest story.
Right. But the thing that I'm talking about most is the fact that him being accused of it, Floyd and them disconnecting from it, and then you finding a reason to then go at Floyd and them about them not fucking with Rolly when he was being accused of rape.
Well, you also got to take into account the history of the whole thing. Tank Davis has some cases, open cases. Floyd has dealt with this. They negotiated it down. He was allowed to fight. Then he did 90 days. So I just read it. Just did 90 days of community service. So 90 days later, it was dropped. So
for
from
rape?
that,
for rape,
I'll get it.
No, it was like a domestic violence or something.
Yeah,
like
battery,
that,
domestic, but it's still a case against a woman. I apologize. But the point I'm making is that there should be a level of sensitivity as it pertains to being accused of something versus being guilty, because I think being accused of something is different. Because I run at night. I say this all the time. I run at night, and I in the summertime, I mean, let's say sometimes I run, sometimes I don't run empty-handed, right? And sometimes I do, and if someone runs by me and accuses me of doing something and I'm running and the cop pulls up to me and say, "Hey, you assaulted that person." Huh? You understand what I'm saying? And then I'm illegally carrying something. You understand what I'm saying? So so the point I'm making is accusations are accusations. Like people accuse me of A when I didn't do A, and I only can go off the accusation. If the case is closed, what more can I say? I reached out to the victim, the alleged victim. She didn't respond back to me. And I'm gonna pull it up once I get her name so y'all can see it, and see the date. But I tried to cover the case as best I can, and Rolly is innocent, and
that's where
legally he's innocent.
Well, from my understanding, it was more than one woman, for one, right? And the stance that you take is so crazy, bro. It's like, it's like the you choosing to you just mentioned Floyd's domestic violence,
yes,
right? Where you didn't have to, but you chose to. You're really, I know, but I'm saying this, you're really got a vendetta against Floyd and them, and it's starting to show more so than ever. Right?
You know what?
When you,
I wouldn't call it a vendetta. I would say I highly dislike them because they're leveraging their power for wrong. And I always have a greater disdain for people who can do good and have the power to do good and don't do good. So I would agree. I wouldn't call it what you said. That's all great.
Definitely. But Fred, when I heard it, I said, no. The first thing and Floyd and them, like I said, you know, shit. I could take a stance to whereas, you know, I want to how would I say? I'm trying to be careful of my words. I don't have to look, I can look at it as Floyd hasn't helped us, right? Because he hasn't helped us in that way, right? And that way, but he has helped us because he's been an example of a black man to come out of Grand Rapids under, you know what I mean, under the same kind of shit that we didn't been in, right? His dad, his mom, right? He's not in the most healthy environment to come up out of it, right? And to still achieve the success that he's achieved, right? And be somewhat of a blueprint or a green print to the younger fighters, right? And I spoke on you before and I said, he's a hero in the ghetto. And you tearing him down, right? I don't talk about him because I know what he means to our culture. I never say nothing negative. I might say the dead then beat him up, but that's, you know, that was a fact. In the gym, I'm speaking as a sport, but his character and who he is, he's a hero in the ghetto. Make no mistake about it, right? You tearing him down. You got Elijah Muhammad, that's a hero to some in the ghetto, tearing him down, right? Haymon, hero, right? And Fred, like the caller said, you got to be very conscientious of you were tearing them down with facts that you believe. But now you're saying that because they're disassociated to somebody with someone that's being accused of rape, that somehow they wrong. And I said, and I only came on to say that you're wrong for saying that. You saying that he's no longer, he's innocent or whatever, he's no longer, you know, the charges or whatever. That's okay. He's still accused rapist to me. I think he's a rapist.
I mean, that's totally to your liking. I'll just say this: you can be a hero and still be on some BS. When Floyd was a fighter, I advocated for him. Floyd as a businessman is a piece of shit. Al Haymon right now in 2022 is a piece of shit.
Why are you saying that? Why are you saying that?
Because I have 40 fighters that call me once a week, once a month.
Listen.
Yeah.
Wait.
I know.
Hold on.
Yes,
hold on.
Not 40. I exaggerated. I
exaggerated. I know you did. You exaggerated a lot.
About 20.
No, extremely a lot. But listen, that's your thing. You rather exaggerate bad about them dudes and then, right, clean up another guy's shit, right? You're rather clean up Rolly.
Who would I clean up?
Cleaning up. No, you're cleaning up for Rolly right now.
I'm not cleaning up for Rolly. I don't give two shits about Rolly. I'm just talking about how the business of boxing literally just ransacked through this kid. It's just a proven fact. It's allegations. You're innocent till proven guilty. You know, like we had a kid that went to USC. We had a kid from Baylor, the defensive lineman from Baylor and the linebacker from USC, Brian Banks from USC. He was a surefire first round Hall of Fame draft pick. I mean, not Hall of Fame, but he was a 5-star recruit out of USC. Accusations derailed his career. Went to jail. He got some tryouts later, but he never was the same.
Who in 2022 gets accused, white or black, gets accused of anything and keeps their job?
Trey Songz.
Huh?
Trey Songz right now is going through the same shit.
What job does he have? Who does he work for?
Well, the entertainer, but
yeah, he doesn't work for nobody. Maybe the record company. I don't know if the record company is actually putting his record out right now, right? You say, okay, it's a buzz. You know, you're being accused of rape. Now let's go ahead and drop your album.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah.
You see the are those the Cuomos or something? That guy, the Cuomo? What?
Oh yeah, from New York. Yeah.
From New York. I mean, they got accused of some shit, and then another brother was kind of trying to, from what I'm hearing. Now you can correct me, Fred, because I might be kind of off a little bit, right? Because somebody told me the shit. So Cuomo is accused of some shit, and then the brother uses as much influence he can to investigate the girls or investigate the stuff, and then he gets fired. And these two gigantic Caucasian men, gigantic in the business world, right, or the media world, right, and they lose their careers on accusations.
Do you see that pattern though? I was saying this when your phone broke up earlier, but that in today's era, would you agree that it's a lot easier to do accuse with multiple accusers than it ever was before, and that's all it takes
to lose your
even
job.
when you're innocent.
To lose
you lose everything.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying with Fred is the sense of that we now going at some other guys, right, about disassociating from a guy that's being accused of rape by multiple women, when as a community we are supposed to distance ourselves from somebody like that until actually, right, you do the investigative work, right? And Fred, if you did the investigative work on Honorable Elijah Muhammad before you ever said something, right? Then Rolly, the girl, and all that should be investigated. And if you told me and you said, hey, I didn't talk to them girls, man. Look, man, I know it's for a fact, man. I talked to them. I talked to this. I talked to that. You know what I'm saying? Then it's something different, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think from a business perspective, I mean, you definitely gonna want to disassociate yourself with anybody with, you know, whether it's sexual assault, racism, child, you know, stuff like. You got to figure that out and then come back.
Man, shit, it was up when Dev said a comment. Dev just said a comment, and they went
the
crazy.
B-Hop comment.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that was a comment. You did?
Yeah.
I just think in a high profile case like this, Floyd Mayweather's fighter, Floyd runs Las Vegas. They definitely put an investigator on the case, and they did their interviews. They probably aligned the stories up. They interviewed Rolly. They did all that. And after all of that,
they came to the conclusion, just like in a civil suit, sometimes it's not enough evidence for you to be found guilty criminally, but it's enough evidence to have a civil charge against you. Right. And they could tie Mayweather Promotions, sue Mayweather Promotions, sue Rolly, and sue the whole team. You've seen it happen before. Mm-hmm. Not to say that it's gonna stick, because once again, I'm just talking. We're in the barbershop, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm saying is, dude, them was trying to do the correct thing and disassociating himself, meaning they wanted to be, I guess, empathetic to the accusers, or is that sympathetic? Am I saying it wrong? Which one is it, Fred?
If you're emotionally tied, it's empathy. If you can relate, if you just have sympathy just because you're human, I think that's sympathy, right?
Right. So either one of them, they were, you know what I mean? They were showing signs of compassion towards the accusers. You know what I mean? By not just having a big event, big party, big fight. The hell with what they talking about. So you know what I mean? Like I said, you know, Sugar Ray Leonard is my favorite fighter of all time. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not, but Floyd is Devin's favorite fighter. You know what I'm saying? And I know how Floyd has impacted Devin's life. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think I just know from the TMT fighters I spoke to, Floyd is a piece of crap as it pertains to business, and I think we need to hold him accountable to it. Like I don't like when this happened with Kovalev, I held him accountable. When you want to talk about other races, when Oscar and his team used the N-word, I was the only person in the history of the sport to spend thousands of dollars going to get this man. I'm the only person to ever ask Oscar on record about his company using the N-word. When Bob Arum allowed that dude to fight with steroids a month and a half ago, Fred is the only guy that brought him on the show and held him accountable. When Bob used that negative word against Barack's wife, fiance, and I was the only one. And then when black people have selective memory because we always in competition.
Yeah, they do.
We always in competition with how white people live. No, we worry about ourselves. And when we got people like Elijah Muhammad, who are, I think is he's one of the worst men that I've ever researched, man.
The man Al Haymon, man Al Haymon, dog, the man went and got some money from the hedge fund people. He gave money to 200 and some fighters, man. Everybody was talking about getting money with Al Haymon, right? Everybody, listen, it was a time that Al Haymon was paying the most. For a long time, it was Al Haymon that was paying the most money, right? Listen, it was a time that everybody was trying to get to Floyd Mayweather's gym to take advantage of him in the sense of sign me, and nigga, you ain't even been in the gym. You don't have, you know what I mean? He was signing so many fighters, right? Giving out so much extra money, right? Because people were saying, oh, that ain't what I only get. See, Floyd gave me this, and then he gave me something else too. Do you remember that? Do you guys remember hearing them stories about Floyd and paying? There you go with that selective.
No,
I'm just talking about.
I remember PBC fighters saying they got paid a lot. Yeah.
Okay, now, right? So it was at a time when PBC fighters got paid a lot.
Yeah.
When is the time you've heard top ranked fighters getting paid a lot?
I mean, obviously Floyd didn't pay enough. You didn't sign with him.
I said, when is the first time that you've heard top ranked fighters getting paid a lot?
And guess what I said with Bob? Come on. That's what I said. Do you think you're cheap, Bob? Are you cheap, Bob? Why do people say you're cheap?
That he's a piece of shit.
Well, I don't curse. Only person I've ever cursed out is Wesley Muhammad. I don't really curse people out as it pertains to interview.
Is Bob Arum a piece of shit?
I'm gonna do a story. No, because you got to hear it. Because he's not a piece of shit to me. When he was a piece of shit to me, you know what Fred did? I cursed his ass out.
Okay, so your view on a piece of shit means
no, it's not based on my view. No, but hear me out. Hear me out. I haven't done this piece yet, but I'm gonna do it. Everybody calls Bob Arum a racist, poor piece of shit. He ain't worth nothing. He's this, he's that. You know what I saw in Atlanta? I saw on the same card, I saw Muhammad Ali's grandson. I said this the other day. Muhammad Ali's grandson on the card and Evander Holyfield's son on the top ranked card. So if Bob Arum is all of these things that people say, they still go back and align themselves with the man. So my question is, there's no racism in boxing. Like, if you want me to fight racism, you got to drop the WBC belt. If you want me to fight racism, you got to hold Rolly accountable. I will hold Rolly. You know how I introduce Rolly? The racist, the piece of shit. I don't call him piece. I call him the racist. How I introduce his dad when I talk about him. He's the racist. So we can't, if you want me to stand up firm, which I have for years upon years, and Fred gets no support, zero support, zero. I spent thousands upon thousands of dollars going to get Eddie Hearn, going to get Oscar. Bob Arum will tell you, I've done so many hit pieces on Bob Arum. Go Google Fred Hawthorne, LA Sentinel. I've done hit pieces on Steve Kim, Doug Fisher. When I was writing for the newspaper at the time, I've done all of this.
So if you know that that we are getting dead wrong, right? Just like a girl, right? If you know that the girl is being dead wrong, right? So if you knew that the girl was a rape, I mean, if you talk to the girl and could the girl convince you that she was raped and she couldn't prove it? Is there anything that she could say? Or are you only going by the police, what the police are doing? Because the police don't do shit for us. So I don't know what.
I don't know if the police. I wouldn't say the police don't do shit for us, but I will say the police came from slave patrol. I will say that. So there is definitely a level of unfairness. I'm not gonna. There's such thing as systemic racism. I just genuinely believe though, if we want to eliminate racism, we can't get checks from white people. We can't get checks from our oppressor. We can't. And this is where you and I disagree on. If we want to be independent, we have to use our dollars and our allies. We can't go to the same system like Franchon Cruz signed with Eddie Hearn. Everybody, or Alicia Baumgarten, everybody's gonna clap. Ha ha. You know what's gonna happen next year? She ain't getting the fight. She ain't getting the fight. So I stand on that. I'm comfortable with people accusing me of being a coon. You always attacking black people. I'm comfortable in that. I'm comfortable in my skin like that because I only go on what I believe to be true. And if you can prove me wrong, then I'm more than welcome. But if people say if Floyd Mayweather literally only has one fighter and everyone has left him, and I have text messages and little phone calls from TMT, and I did a 2-hour interview with Mickey Bay, your assistant trainer. I mean, what more can I say? Like, Floyd stood idle and allowed Mickey Bay to get robbed by his cousin. Like Martin Luther King, and his birthday is coming up. Silence is a sin. And I genuinely believe that we stay idle so much. And that's the problem that we have. We lay idle. When I was out there fighting, nobody had my
support. Convenient. It's convenient for you to use Mickey Bay and Mickey Bay's testimony without proof, right? Right? But
without proof, it's a first-person account.
You said what?
It's a first-person account.
Okay, first-person account, and that's what I'm saying is. But there's no proof, and I don't want to say that Mickey is wrong or he's right, but I'm saying you have Floyd and Mickey, right? And you say assistant trainer as if that we accept Mickey Bay's truth, that is truth, right? You got Floyd and you got Mickey Bay. We're not in that. I don't know what happened before Devin. All that happened before Devin. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Right? And that's between them. That's between those two guys. But for me to develop, just like you said about the WBC, right? What we got to do, you defending and helping Mickey go against Floyd without proof.
No, it's his story. I didn't say, hey, Mickey, you got to say this. It's his story.
You said he's a piece of shit because the Mickey Bays and all the other 40 fighters.
Oh, yeah. In terms of business, he is. In terms of business, he absolutely is. And so is Leonard Ellerbe. Absolutely. They're terrible businessmen. Terrible.
I mean, I think that they hogging the ball. They ball hogs. They done got the ball. It's in their court and they hogging it. You know what I'm saying? But when you come from nothing, sometimes you know what I'm saying. You get blinded and you forget where you come. You forget where you come from. Right. But at the same time, in his defense, he's gonna say, "I don't owe nobody nothing."
I mean, I don't know, but I do want to correct. I think all of them are piece of shits. At the end of the day, I think Bob, Eddie, Oscar, Al, Floyd, they all robbed the fighters. I stand on it. I 100% believe on it. I done told Bob so many times. If you guys feel free to check, go read my articles that I used to do on Bob Arum. Please, he will tell you. I would sit on the bus next to Bob for hours and drill him. He will tell you. He will tell you his own face. I was like his nemesis. So what I'm saying is this: if we want to say who we claim to be, we can't be cowards. And I genuinely believe that Floyd had to do his part. He didn't do his part. He did his part as a fighter, but not as a businessman. He not as a promoter. And the hits just keep going on and on. Leonard Ellerbe, what you call it, has come on. Lionel Thompson. See, I can't talk about people who hasn't come out yet, but I guarantee you they're gonna start coming out once PBC starts dismantling and fighters start going elsewhere.
Yeah, when you stop giving the money, when you stop doing that, right? It was a time where, like I said, that the money, he was overpaying, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He was overpaying. PBC said that they was overpaying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that they didn't sign us. At the time, all this was when Dev was an amateur, when PBC first got launched, right? And they were signing a bunch of fighters and paying them. When Devin turned pro and when we were ready to do the deal, Eddie Hearn and Matchroom was the ones that was paying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
that was pretty much after. That was pretty much after the kid from was Tevin Farmer. Remember, Tevin Farmer started calling himself Mr. 500K, right? He was bragging about how much money he was getting. Do you guys kind of remember that?
Yes.
We signed after that. You know what I'm saying? Danny Jacobs was getting a bunch of money. You know, so
it's so even though what's his name? Rolly can be acquitted. Is the term acquitted? Not even acquitted because he didn't go to trial, but no charges were found. He's still an alleged rapist. But if they pay you in terms of Eddie Hearn, they're not a racist. His dad said he gave out slave contracts. That doesn't make him not a racist. That doesn't he's from that same cloth. He's from that same vein. You understand? Right. Those kids that watch, those little kids in 1910 and 1920, you know what those people are? They're sergeants in the military and judges in our judicial system now. So they literally watched their dad slice this man's leg, and now they're in charge. We got to kill their whole bloodline. And that's where I'm on with it. Like we can't do it sometimes. And I just genuinely believe that we don't want reform. We want money. That's all we want. And because I will not take the money, the zone offered me $50,000, dog. I didn't take it.
Do you think Eddie is a racist?
I don't have proof of him being a racist. I don't have no proof. I would say he loves his father more than he loves us. And because he loves his father more than he loves us, he has to protect his father. And he is his father's son. And there's no other way to do it. I don't have no proof of him, but I will say Demetrius Andrade is in a pickle. Tevin Farmer, he got paid well. You got paid well, but you're going to be in a pickle soon in terms of not getting the opponents. So listen. We are them guys. You know what I'm saying? Devin is that guy. No, I'm not saying he's not the guy.
No. Ain't no pickle with us, homie. Listen, Devin, if the fighters had the cojones, right, then they would fight him, right? All this narrative about being in a pickle and not fighting this motherfucker over here, fuck him. He ain't nobody anyway. We don't think that of him. You know what I'm saying? That person and that person. Devin is the guy. You've been knowing about Devin. You know what we do.
I'm not discrediting his talent.
So
I'm not discrediting his talent.
Come watch the Devin Haney show.
And we all understand that and respect that. But in terms of the business of boxing, you have to extract yourself from the business of boxing. And if you don't do it, then you're complicit.
If you remove the top 40 fighters, you remove them, you just remove them today, you think boxing is going to stop? They're going to market the next 40 fighters the same way.
Well, let them. It'll be the USFL. It'll be the USFL. No one will go. It'll be the XFL. No one will watch it.
I disagree.
I mean, I just think that if we want to be who we say we want to be, the person that feeds us, we got to extract ourselves from the person that can feed us and starve us. I in 2007, a principal walked into my room. I was teacher of the year. Feel free to Google the articles on me as a teacher. Google Frederick Hawthorne teacher, DeWarty Unified School District. They'll pop right up. Walked in my school and said, "This is your last year as a school teacher." I took it, kept going forward, you know, like, and I told myself that in that moment, I'm never working for no one else again. And I've stood on that for the last 15 years.
And you know what you will say while you sit there in the barbershop? You know what you will say?
No.
You will know that them guys, you will know what's going on with us, right? You will know what's going on, right? Mm-hmm. And you will see it, and you will say, "We in the pickle," right?
Yeah, because you're going with the system. If you're not with the system, you'd fight Gary Russell, you're not in the pickle.
But Gary Russell didn't want to fight.
No, I'm just saying, I'm using him as the name, not him. But if
don't just use no names. You know for a fact that Gary Russell didn't want to fight. But you throw that out there. You conveniently throw out Gary Russell.
I swear before God, I use the name as an example because it ties into the whole entire story. You can choose any name. Like for example, I wouldn't chase Kambosos. Fuck him. Like I am a champion. I am a world champion. Like if you're gonna champion that belt, I'm not chasing this dude. I wouldn't chase him.
So
it's just like me. I don't ask to go on fight height.
What about it means chasing? What do you mean chasing?
Like undisputed is not more important than being a pawn in this game called boxing. And I say that, and this is a conversation I've had with Gary, and so many other fighters. Gary should have stepped out and bet on himself and funded his own fights. You understand? I don't know if he can with his contract or not. I don't know. I don't know the situation. But I'm saying if you're fighting once every 2 years, they're blackballing you. I don't care what nobody say. The fans gonna say he don't want to fight nobody. Man, please. You can't find a mandatory once a year for this guy to fight.
Hey, a guy that he said was weak, a guy that he said that had pillow hands, a guy that he said fights like an amateur, right? Mm-hmm. Came to the table with like $2 million for him. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see what you say. And at like 22 years old, mm-hmm. right?
Yeah,
I don't understand what you mean.
Yeah, but that's still within the confines of the business of boxing. The money came from the zone. You understand what I'm saying? It's not coming from your pockets. The zone is funding your career, right? So PBC is funding Gary Russell's career. Gary Russell has seen that, oh man, they doing me dirty. Demetrius Andrade is like, I'm getting paid well, but literally Eddie Hearn is doing them dirty. He's giving
I think it's called, instead of funding, I think it's called the license agreement for the fight, that we license our talent to the highest bidder, right? And if we choose to go with the zone on this next fight, then that's because the money is right. Or, you know what I mean? If we could go, if you said, Fred, the barbershop, we got X amount of dollars.
I offered you $100,000. I offered $100,000. I don't know if it's enough, but I offered $100,000 for seed money. Delonte Henderson, hey Bill, what is Eddie doing about the WBC and Devin Strap?
What does he mean? What do you mean by that?
Probably in terms of advocating for the undisputed. I don't know. Advocating, I think so. Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I was gonna ask a question, Mr. Haney. Do you think? I mean, I got Devin as the #1 most ducked boxer in boxing in any weight class, just by his long list of opponents that coincidentally don't want to fight him. Do you think it's purely ducking, or do you think that you guys are getting blackballed by other promotions because you chose to go the independent route?
I mean, you know what? Then they being fools. They must ain't got nothing to stop us, right? Because what are you gonna blackball something that you can beat, right? You have that person and all the shit that he got going on. You bring him and you beat him in front of God and everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think it's kind of like a case of a lot of great fighters face early in the career where they're high risk, low reward?
I know that that some of the greats have experienced the same thing, right? In terms of TBE, right? You know, early on, you'll look and see, you'll see what he went through, going through it, and then when you talk about, let me see, and how his career worked, you just got to be kind of patient. You know what I'm saying? But hold on, let me see something. Let me see. Is it? Who did I send that to?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Hey, brother, how are you?
What's going on, Bill? How you doing?
Thank
you. Timing's at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Timing's at the bottom. But I think it's both though. I think it's both, man. Because Top Rank already said it. That y'all picked the wrong promotion.
Okay, but take a look at this though. Take a look at this, brother. Okay, so pay-per-view didn't start for Floyd until 2005. That was with Arturo Gatti, right? Mm-hmm. Now, when you talk about now this is not even pay-per-view yet, right? Can you let me see? Can you?
No, you got to read it. It's gone.
Huh? You ain't gonna be able to see it?
No, you got to read it.
Okay, well, people can take a look. Mayweather earned 1.7 million, and Diego Corrales earned 1.4. Right? Mm-hmm. Now that's the Corrales fight. Then you talk about Mayweather's first fight against Gennaro Hernandez. You can look it up too. Mm-hmm. Gennaro Hernandez was
the champion. That's his first belt.
Yeah, that was his first belt. 150,000.
The point.
I'm saying. Uh-huh. I'm saying. So when you talk about and you see how things worked out for him. So it might start out like that, but look how it ended, right? When you talk about Devin, I mean, shit. Come on, man. You know, I done did my job. And when you talk about what Bob Arum has done, right? Or you talk. Let me not talk about Bob. Let me talk about what Floyd said that Bob Arum did to him in his career. He said he didn't start making any money until he got away from Bob Arum.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, he was in debt.
But I just think I got to say this, Bill. You my man, 100 grand pots and pans. You know what I'm saying? We're from the same area, but the WBC is out of fucking pocket. You know what I'm saying? And I really think y'all need to just get that shit up.
Hey, big time. Listen, Arturo Gotti's purse was 3.5.
He got paid way more than Floyd in that fight.
And Mayweather's purse was 3.2 million.
I thought it was more than that. Okay, I'm saying correct.
No, you can look it up. Y'all look it up. Gotti and what's the name? So, how old was Floyd when he fought Gotti? Like 28.
I just remember that interview. I don't know how old he was, but I remember that interview.
It was like 20. It was like 28. Well, we've been checking him for a while, man. You know what I'm saying?
So here's a question I have for you, Bill. Is would you guys be willing to take less money than you think you deserve to get the big fight and sacrifice now to get that name and that notoriety after?
Absolutely, we'd be willing to do it, but I just don't know what would taking short money to fight some. I don't know if we're gonna be given the credit, right? I don't know if the credit, if you go for the credit, I prefer the cash. You know what I'm saying? Than the credit, right? You know what I mean? The cash is tied to the credit, but I don't think if you then say, okay, well, let's take less money, and then are the people gonna be happy, right? I mean, what fighter should we take short money and then everything is all right?
So the question I got is, if you don't pay the sanctioning fees, what happens?
Well, the sanctioning fees only secure that it's a sanctioned title fight, and it means that the WBC will then, you can have WBC judges, right, and at the fight, right, depending on where it's at. I don't outside of that, out of sanctioning it, making it a world title fight, and having WBC judges, referees, or some shit like that. I don't know what else it would be.
Because what I'm saying is, at this point in the game, they done did so much bullshit. You know what I mean? That hell, you might as well do a Jake Paul. Shit, his belt look better any fucking way. You might as well get with him and y'all talk about his belt. Shit. I mean, same shit, you know.
But comrade, what I did tell the people, and I said is, it don't matter, right? It don't matter because the people know, right? And the people can see bullshit. So because with the social media, right? What the older boxers and the old time shit is, they were so used to the painting a narrative, and then old media had to stand on it, right? This is the new shit where we can come in and talk and have a dialogue. So, you know what I mean? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Boom says this is a very mature debate. This should be on TV. I agree with both. What's up, Bill? You know,
Boom.
As it pertains to Floyd, why does he only have one successful fighter in terms of his promotional company?
It's you know, shit. Golden Boy just got one, right? And which one is Golden Boy? And Golden Boy,
they got none.
They got none.
None now.
Right.
They got Victor Ortiz. He doing all right.
Yeah. So you know what I'm saying? that goes in stages, you know. And I think that, you know, Floyd and you know, they set out. I mean, they did a lot with Gervonta Davis and showing Devin and showing me what they could do. You know what I'm saying? He was always telling, see what I can see what I did. You know what I'm saying? And he did a great job with Tank, you know. But to answer your question, why isn't any more fighters over there? I don't know. I can't answer that.
I just want to get back to the premise of your disagreement with me is, if we don't call the people out in our community and hold them accountable to what they say that they are going to do, then why should we expect anyone else to?
Man, listen, if you're going to pick on the victim, then you know what I'm saying? If you have a victim, right? Mm-hmm. I think, and not that we're asking for the help. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't say nothing about it, right? It's the people. It's the people. The people pay the pay-per-views. Right. The people, you know what I mean? Like, we can't, if I drop the WBC belt, is that going to help? Is that going to get more people in the thing? Is that going to get us a fight more? I mean, and I hear what people are saying, but when we drop the belt, boxing section, what's next?
I mean, for me, you already have the star power. Like you said, everybody knows who the real champion is. So at this point, it's like, y'all know I'm the champion. Fuck this belt and fuck y'all, because y'all not getting the credit y'all deserve anyway. You know what I'm saying? Because every 5 minutes, they keep saying some other shit. You know, y'all fought and won that belt. Y'all fought Santiago in LA. My man had a tour rotator cuff, beat that dude with one arm. They tried to do him in the first time with the surgery. They was like, oh, we're gonna take the belt, but then COVID happened, and then they couldn't take the belt from him. You know what I'm saying? It's just, the thing is, they keep moving the goalposts. It's always something. Dev can't never get ahead. Now, if he was Mexican, I'm pretty sure they would give him a whole bunch of concessions, i.e. Canelo Alvarez, i.e. Oscar Valdez. You know what I'm saying? And I just think for me, the people are so behind y'all, y'all can go and just do whatever y'all want. You know what I'm saying? I think y'all should go to the IBF route. At least the IBF halfway care about making a mandatory fight happen. And they'll have 3 different belts. You know what I'm saying? They'll have a regular and a super championship belt. And that's what I'm saying. Because, listen, if Cambosis don't fight y'all, I'm telling you, man, y'all might as well kick that belt down the street. Cause listen, I had the WBC belt right in this case right here. They kept doing that bullshit with y'all. I took that shit out of my case. I ain't fucking with them until y'all get the credit and the respect that y'all deserve. Then I might put it back. But other than that, I ain't fucking with the WBC because they full of shit. Because Devin Haney has done everything you want a champion to do. He don't get in trouble. He ain't pop dirty. He whooping ass. You know what I'm saying? He ain't overweight. He always in shape. You know what I mean? He ain't doing no bullshit. So my thing is reward that man. You know, reward that man for doing good in and out of the ring. They reward everybody else for doing bullshit. Canelo Alvarez, bad meat. Your boy Herbal T. And you know what I'm saying? They still said, you can have this fight, you can keep this belt. But Devin Haney get a little injury, then here comes the franchise belt. I mean, give me a fucking break. I mean, that's just me. I know y'all got business to handle. I know I'm small fries, but I know y'all got business to handle.
Brother,
I understand that. But the frustration that I have is the shit is ridiculous, man. I can see if Devin Haney was a fuck up. You know what I mean? I can see if he was missing weight.
See,
doing
WBC,
drugs, he ain't doing none of those things.
The WBC don't know about a fight necessarily, right? Unless they order it, of course, unless they order it. But if Lomachenko and Devin Haney agreed in principle to a deal and called the WBC and said, this is what we're doing, right? The WBC would sanction it, right? George Kambosos and Devin do a deal, the WBC would sanction it. We don't need the WBC to come in and tell fighters what to do. If fighters got the cojones, right, both parties, and they want to make it happen, you tell the WBC, you tell the IBF. And at 23 years old, right, with the least amount of experience and as a professional as these guys, you shouldn't have to be forced to do it. You should say, I want to beat this kid because of what you just said. The kid brings some star power. Now, you heard Lomachenko said he didn't have star power. You heard Teofimo Lopez say he didn't have star power. You heard Gervonta Davis say he didn't have star power. You heard the list goes on and on, right? The list goes on and on. What the fuck do that got to do with the WBC?
The franchise shit.
No, that's the fighters, man.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the WBC allowed that franchise shit to happen. You know what I'm saying? They should.
No. Wait a minute. The franchise, you go look at it. It's already in the book, right? You look at the book and you say, okay, I want to do the same thing. Let's do the same thing. That was Bob Arum, because Bob Arum said I signed with the wrong and all the shit. So guess what they did? They dropped the belt. Right? Because you have 6 months. So you're going to either get stripped or you got to drop the belt. They saw in there where they could get the franchise belt, right? When they got the franchise belt, it was a designation. It wasn't no belt. It wasn't, you couldn't win it in a ring. You couldn't lose it. You couldn't do anything. That's when he got the belt, right? After that, after Loma was stripped, then I don't know what else happened then or what else that they were talking about. But if you go back to the rule books, if you look in the rule book, it says that the franchise champion can become the mandatory to the world champion. So how the fuck is that? Where would a super champion become a mandatory to anybody? But it doesn't say the WBC champion in Devin can petition to be the mandatory to the franchise champion, right? So what I said was, okay, so they found a way to duck. They found a way to duck, which is cool. Okay, it's cool. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. If you're gonna do good with that, go ahead. Go ahead over there. Teofimo, so you ducking too, huh? Go ahead. You see how that worked out for Loma. Okay, go ahead. Now Kambosos. You see what ducking do. Ryan Garcia, he ducked. You see where he's at, right? And we had a great Christmas or great holidays or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So everybody is saying what I'm saying. Nah, man. Y'all know what time it is. They creating these narratives about this and that, but we know what time it is.
Do you think that, not think, but playing within the confines of the rules of their game? that's always the not 9 times out of 10. I mean, Floyd is an anomaly. Floyd is an anomaly because Al Haymon and Bob Arum's ignorance to black people. I don't know how and why he had Ali, Leonard, Hagler. I don't know how he missed out on Floyd, but he just thought Floyd wasn't profitable, you know.
Well,
and
he said the same thing about Crawford.
Yeah, and yeah, but he
right?
had, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, shit. What the if he said the same thing about Crawford, right?
Yeah, I think Floyd is a beneficiary of Al Haymon's timing as it pertains to boxing, and two,
yeah, you're right. Timing is everything, Fred. You're 100% right. Timing is everything, and that's why I was pointing out the timing of us doing the partnership with Matchroom was timing, right? Had Devin turned pro maybe 2 years earlier than that, the timing was Al Haymon and what they were doing. But when Devin turned pro, when Devin was ready to do a deal, it wasn't, they didn't have the same, you know what I mean? The same urgency. They weren't grabbing all the fighters and paying like that. You've heard Leonard come out and said that he couldn't pay Devin. So what I said was, okay, I understand that. I don't know where, I understand. But if you can't pay Devin, then the Zone can pay Devin and the Zone can pay Tank. The Zone can pay both fighters.
Yeah. And like McCallum said, I think McCallum said, if you love me, you'll fight me. I think it was McCallum. And he has 2 or 3 35s over there. You're speaking of Floyd, and he doesn't love you enough to sign you. He doesn't love you enough to give you Rolly. He doesn't love you enough for you to fight Tank.
Who said he loves me?
No, I'm just saying, like business, like you're in here saying that he is a role model. We should leave him alone when he's
no. What I'm saying is some guy that's looking at you and saying, "Damn, Fred got he got the boxing section up there. He got Mex in there. He got Bill in there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I can do that too. I can start a channel. You know what I'm saying? Like you're a role model as well for what you're doing. It's groundbreaking. It's cutting it, but you can't help everybody financially. You know what I'm saying? You can give them a platform. You can let them come on like you always do with me. Let me get mine off, right? You let boxing say, you give us a platform to grow, but you can't necessarily help everybody financially. And I understand that.
So here's a question too. Do you feel in all the potential matchups between Loma, Kambosos, Tank, the bigger ones, do you guys feel that you're the A side in that equation because of the money? Or do you think it's a 50-50, or maybe you might?
No, I don't think that, because anytime that you go to a fighter and you go to his side of the street and you expect them to pay for your services, then I think that would make you a B side of it. You know what I'm saying? To me, right? Now, when you talk about actually the billing, because A side and B side is different when you talk about billing, right? You can say that this guy's gonna come out first, this such and such and all that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the negotiations, where the fight is happening at, what date the fight is happening, who the judge is, the referee, and all the stuff, right? To me, that's the A side stuff, right? All the particulars that happen before the fight.
Yeah, ring size, gloves, all that
right,
stuff.
all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it just always it just depends. I can't say that we're always the B side, or I can't say that we're always the A side. It just necessarily depends on the deal. To me, now, it could be different. Somebody else could view it different. Just my opinion.
Bill, you want to take some questions from the fans?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. One question, y'all. Please, we full, please. What's up? You got some friends.
How you doing?
Hey. Hey, what's up?
Reader Twin Promotions in the house, and on the couch with Dr. K in the house. Yeah, so we're really enjoying this conversation that you all are having, and it sounds like it's overall about Black people using their platforms in the appropriate way, right? And so it seems like in boxing, you're saying that there are a lot of Black people who are blocking other people, not really giving them a helping hand. And I think, Fred, you've been calling them out, but some people feel like you shouldn't do that. Right. And I think it's always important for the truth to come out. And I think that's what holds us back as a people, is that a lot of times, instead of talking about what's true, we want to talk about what we wish was. And if you don't talk about or talk about what's fake, you don't talk about the truth, how will we ever repair it? How will we ever fix it if we keep sweeping everything under the rug, and then when the truth comes out, everybody's hurt? Or you're afraid to just say anything about it because of the level the person is on. We're waiting for an answer.
Well, I mean, I think that with anything, you when tact and diplomacy ends, violence and ignorance begins. So it's my responsibility that working for Dev, that I be as tactful and diplomatic as possible to get the best end result. You know what I mean? Right. Because that's just what I learned. And
sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Absolutely,
so you can still tell the truth about something, or be truthful about what is happening without being inflammatory. We don't have to call people out in certain ways. We can just state the facts of what's happening, and maybe people will see the truth and then start doing the right thing, hopefully. But we always enjoy your show, Fred. This is a very serious conversation. And I was about to add to Dr. Streeter, we're from Memphis, Tennessee. So we hear the good, the bad, and the ugly all of the time. And we're always trying to find the positive within the negative to make the whole thing positive. You got what I'm saying?
Absolutely, Queens.
Yeah, so I think this is a very important conversation to have. And thank you for having this serious talk, Fred. We appreciate it.
Oh, all the time.
All right. Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me beam you out. Okay, they got it. And we got Fright. What's up?
Yo, what up, y'all? What up, Mr. Haney?
Hey, King. What's happening with you, OG?
What's up, Kyle? What's happening, man? Big Mix. Hey, man. Thank you for letting me beam in. I am the Freight Trapping Podcast. I talked to Fred earlier about the situation, the topic, really. And I heard your comments on pertaining to Rolly and all of that. My question to you is, when does a man get a reprieve from another black man when it comes down to anything? Rape, grape, murder. When does a man and I understand that with Rolly cases is fresh, and he has yet to be allowed to redeem himself. But in your eyes, you speak so heavily about, you know what I'm saying, not allowing a man to, and from what I got from it, to pretty much redeem himself from being in sticky situations. And you being from the streets, and any man, black, white, or other, I think that you're probably one stroke away, one bad mistake away from being in a situation like I got myself into, Rolly got himself into, Bill Cosby got himself into, Mike Tyson got himself into. It's a thin line. So my question to you is, when does a man, we don't care about it, forget the color, when does a man get a reprieve and say, hey man, you good, I believe you, or you paid your debt, I'm gonna let you move on from that situation? when does a man get a reprieve in your eyes?
Well, I mean, I think that if he the accuser, right, he didn't, I mean, they dropped the charges and everything, then it's worthy of a reprieve. But I don't think that we should bash the people that, in Floyd Mayweather, TMT, who decided that to distance himself or decided not to have the event, right? And that's the only thing that I thought, that they did the right thing when it happened, right? And now, if it comes out that he's not, that he did not rape the women, then of course they should do business with him, or let him go and let him do business with someone else that wants to do business with him.
Well, my thing is, Fred just told you, and I clearly heard it, that when charges are dropped, that means that there's no more investigation. There's nothing else to look beyond what was charged. So
have you heard,
at that
have
point,
you heard about a civil suit? A civil suit comes after the criminal.
So does a civil suit? So does a civil suit guarantee that you're a criminal just because somebody go after your money? Because I'm gonna tell you what, if your son, I have a son, if your son, he's not always in your eyesight, right? He's not always in your eyesight, and sometimes as young men, we go outside the boundaries of what our parents teach us, right? Even if it's for a minute, and your son find himself in that position of, damn man, I was with this guy, he did this or he did that, but at the end of the day,
we fuck with everybody. We fuck with everybody but rapists. You know what I'm saying? We don't fuck with rapists at all.
Okay. So at the end,
so when you talk about rapists or anything like that, shit, if if somebody, my best friend, I've been with him 40 years, but if a bunch of women come out and say that he's raping them, then you know what I mean, I'm going to distance myself with him. I'm not going to let him come over to my house. You know,
I understand. I understand that.
And that's
I understand that aspect. I understand that aspect, because at the end of the day, that's just street knowledge. That's just street knowledge. If you got 5, 10, 15, 20, okay, let me kind of check his character at the door. You dig what I'm saying?
If somebody that ran off on the plug over there, right? And
right.
You just hear about it. You don't have no proof. Are you gonna trust him? Are you gonna trust that same guy? That's street shit too. You see what I'm saying?
No.
So a lot of times that it's not the police that we go on it. We judge it on character. We judge it on what we're looking at. And that's why I said this, Fred, did you do your due diligence, right? Just because the police didn't have enough charges to charge him with the rape, did you do as much of your due diligence, right, as you did with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
To answer that question, no, I didn't do the research nowhere near the levels of Elijah Muhammad. No.
And so let me say this here. Don't get it twisted. I'm with you in them lines of when a man is constantly over and over and over and over being accused of something. Now I got to say, okay, something going on here. I'm in agreement with that. But when I just posed the question of, do a man get a reprieve in your eyes when he's shown you that, hey, none of this was true? He's built the character up in your eyes. Now, can we move forward? I'm just speaking from a man's standpoint, because for me, I'm like I told Fred earlier, I'm almost like a virgin in boxing. He schooled me on the business of boxing. I watched David Haney. I watched Earl Spence. I like the clean way y'all fight. I like the way you train your son. I like the way you walk with your son. And I commend you from that. But for me, looking from the outside in, and I'm glad I'm on the outside, boxing is gangster. And if you even the business of boxing is gangster. So if you don't walk in there with that gangster mentality and knowing that, hey, this could be a game, I'm seeing that a lot of people losing a lot of money because they not looking at boxing like that. You feel what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying? Because Haymon smart, because he knew how to come in and finesse the boxers. In my eyes, just like you walk up on the street and you been there, and he just brought that mentality into a white collar sport and made it relevant for him and profitable for him. So I hear y'all talking about money with the boxing. How can the fighters get this, get that? Hey man, like I said, y'all educate me, cause I can't speak on that, cause I don't dive that deep. It's just I tapped in because it's something moral going on, and you're talking on an immoral situation, and I'm just asking, a question of when does a man, get a reprieve and say, okay, you good in my eyes now. For me, I don't care. I'm constantly going to show you who I am as a man.
Right.
Because where I came from. You dig what I'm saying? Because I know that the way I walk and the way I talk gonna go before me before you even see me. You dig what I'm saying? Right. So I'm always gonna show you who I am. And I was just asking that question: when does a man get a reprieve in your eyes? That's all.
The thing that I believe is that yes, a man does deserve a reprieve if that's not the case, or if I guess he's what do you call it? Rehabilitated or something like that.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
When you talk about, because I see someone talking about like Mike Tyson and Tupac and all these guys that were high profile individuals, right?
Right.
That were accused by one girl that you know what I mean, and it wasn't like a bunch of them, and they were convicted of it, right? They were.
I feel it. Yeah. I feel it.
Convicted. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And in that case, they convicted rapists, right? But when you talk about a man being accused by more than one woman, right?
Yeah, raise your eyebrow. I got you.
That's all. I just said that.
Yeah.
And I said with Fred, I said, oh shit, well, I didn't feel that going at Floyd and them, right? Going at Leonard and them was warranted because because the girl didn't because the charges were dropped.
And I think where Fred coming in there is, listen, he was charged, nothing came about the charges, they were dropped, let's move forward. I think that's the angle Fred coming in at, because I think if you as black men, Mexican men, and men period, if you continue to hold a man's foot to the fire for the same thing that he was not charged for, found not guilty, you dig what I'm saying? If we continue to hold Bill Cosby feet to the fire because somebody accused him, then turned around and found out, hey, he's been acquitted. If we continue to hold his feet to the fire, just like Mike Tyson, if we continue to hold Mike Tyson feet to the fire for one incident, right? For one incident, if we continue to hold his feet to the fire, Mike Tyson would have never been able to show you guys, man, I'm remorseful. I put myself in a bad situation. I take responsibility for it. Now the public can say, okay, Mike, we got your back. You know what I'm saying? And I think Fred is saying that because the charges were dropped, whether it was 1 or 20, the police found no evidence that they can bring him and convict him in the court of law. But Fred is looking at you like you're convicting him in the court of boxing. You dig what I'm saying? And that's why that's the angle I'm getting from Fred. But I also get your angle. If a man commits 3 murders, do you think I want to hang around with him? No. Because you got some anger issues. You know what I'm saying? And so you just gotta pick the company you keep. I dig where you coming from. I'm just looking at it at all angles. Yeah.
Appreciate you, my brother. I see freight trapping too. Appreciate
yeah, man. We freight trapping, man. We doing it over here, man. We do dispatching and all of that. Well, I talked to Fred earlier about that. Hey man, we got everything going on, man. But like I say, man, I support all your boxes, bro. And I love boxing. I'm not an expert, but I listen to you guys. Y'all talk deep, and man, I'm here for it.
Appreciate it.
All the time. And I just think when there's if you're conveying the serial issue, Floyd had multiple charges. You know, Marcus Brown had multiple charges. You know, like I just think that as it pertains to Rolly, I don't want to talk about. No, I think Floyd should have had a level of empathy for him. I think Tank should have had a level of empathy for him because Tank is going through it now, and Floyd has gone through it in the past. Steven Espinoza said there's going to be an investigation. We're going to allow the investigation to do its work. The investigation rolled over to after the fight. Rolly should have been given the opportunity to plead for his innocence, and it ended up being that it did. Now no one says it ain't. Well, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? You know, and I just think it's terrible when whether he actually did it or he didn't. They went to the court of law, and the court of law say he is innocent. So, or not even innocent, no charges. So, I mean, they couldn't even find one charge, and they went. I don't even know if it was. I don't know the time.
So when you say there's no charges, so the charges weren't dropped, so there was no charge at all then, because right. So what's the new happened then? What's new happened today that you're announcing? If there never was any charges before, then what are we talking about?
He lost everything. Not everything. He lost the opportunity to fight.
He lost a lot of money, though.
What I'm saying is, we said it as if today or yesterday something just happened. You said, well, it just happened that the charges were dropped, or
yesterday he posted it. Yeah.
Well, how could charges get dropped yesterday if he was never charged?
Well, there was no finding, so they couldn't find no charges on him.
Right. Does that sound right? If you don't know, right?
Oh, there was no charges. There was never any charges. It was allegations. It was allegations.
So if he was never brought up on any charges, then he just never was brought up any charges. They don't tell you, well, today we find that no charges were brought up. They say that it's always still an ongoing investigation.
No, the investigation.
I said there was no evidence to substantiate the charges, so they were dropped. That's what.
So he was charged then.
No, never charged.
I think the accusation is what he probably meant, because that was Rolly that typed that out. So I don't, you know what I mean? Rolly is not.
That's what I'm saying. Come on, my nigga.
Yeah.
But I think. Listen, I think that
that's some new shit. That's some new shit to start up the conversation that we're having right now. So you saying the only thing that we know is what Rolly said?
No, not Rolly. They had to interview the girls.
I'm saying this. What's the new? Where did this come from? That
the girls tweet.
I'm saying it.
Okay.
Excuse me. When you say the charges were dropped or the charges didn't happen or something happened, where are we getting this information from?
Oh, I got it from Rolly's Instagram page.
Fred, you crazy motherfucker, boy.
So I mean, so you saying I should? So you saying I shouldn't believe him?
No, I'm saying is that,
and that's fair.
No, I'm saying is that just today. So Rolly could have said the same thing. Rolly could have said then. He could have said that before the fight. He didn't have to wait until today. Then is what you're saying.
I'm going off of his reports, and I didn't call the Las Vegas Police Department. I didn't call them. I'm just going off of what his official Instagram said. He says he's no findings. The case is closed, and
she just said they got 7 years for rape.
Charges to be filed.
To be filed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they'll try again tomorrow or the next day. I'm not getting in the way of the woman. I'm just saying what I have on his Instagram. You know, that's it.
Well, I thought it was reported that something came from the police department or the court system or whatever. We going on the fact that what Rolly, right, what the girl is saying is that today or yesterday, no, it don't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. What you say is I've never been convicted. I've never been charged for rape, so I don't know what people are fucking talking about. But now today is the day that that shit don't make sense, man.
Well, I mean, he said the case is closed. So if later I'm proven wrong, I'll go on record and say I was wrong. Like he's the victim. He is the alleged criminal. He's the alleged defendant.
Because you used the wrong words by saying
not defendant. No, excuse me.
Not the victim.
No, I changed it. He's not the victim. He's the defendant, right? That will make him the defendant or the plaintiff.
Perpetrator.
The what?
The accused.
The perpetrator.
The perpetrator. Thank you.
Perpetrator, accused. Yep.
You want to take some more questions?
Absolutely, brother. Cool.
Hey, I got the song queued up right now, so
now
if anybody get a little too long.
Yeah, we just going one question too. One
Fred,
question.
I was trying to get in, man. You know.
But it's hard to bring you in when someone is talking. You know, it's distracting. Like because
he was talking too much. That's why I was trying to get the song queued up.
What's up, Detroit?
Detroit is in the house.
What's happening, brother Bill? What's up, Kyle? Max. He's the accused. First off, I got to get on my 50 Cent bullshit. Rolly straight off the short bus. That nigga look like he did that shit. But no, all bullshit is that. Rolly, he do kind of look like he did this shit. But if all charges is dropped, man, you got to let it ride. And ain't nothing else coming to the light.
There was no charges, Detroit.
Yeah.
He's saying there was no charges. So if
it was no charges, it was accusations.
No charges dropped.
You know, funny thing is, with this Drake shit that's going on, this girl went to the bathroom, dug off in the garbage, got the rubber. Drake then put some hot sauce in the motherfucker. She sticks the rubber up in herself and it burns her.
Wow.
Now she wants to sue Drake.
Wow.
Kyle, did you catch that one?
Yep, I've seen it.
Look, Kyle looking like he ready to go to sleep, man.
And Drake
I'm ready to play the song. What kind of shit is that, man?
Drake
straight bullshit.
Drake said that he's what's the name, right? Drake said that he put the hot sauce in there to kill the condom or something, kill the sperm.
Mm-hmm. When a woman puts that statement out on a man, a woman should be held just as responsible. She should get the same amount of time that the man would get if he was found convicted. Because she can fuck up I was about to say that N-word, but they can terminate a man's livelihood and alter his whole living situation.
Right. Somebody just said that the Mike Coppinger reported on it that the Henderson police investigation around the sexual assault accusations against lightweight boxer Rolando Romero is now closed without charges being filed. The Henderson, Nevada Police Department told ESPN on Tuesday. Romero, 26, was scheduled to fight Gervonta Davis on December the 5th in Los Angeles, but he was pulled from the bout in late October after accusations made through Twitter by a woman led to an open investigation. Mm-hmm. After a false accusation, having to miss out on opportunities, cheated out the dream, and out of a massive amount of wealth, the investigation into the allegations made against me has been formally closed, Romero said in the Instagram post Monday.
Well, this is Tuesday. So, I mean, like I said, listen, it's easy for me to say I'm wrong. I don't have that much pride. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But right now, there's not enough evidence to charge him, and it's not formally closed according to Mike Coppinger. It's closed according to Rollys. So we have a difference of opinion. We will see in the coming days, weeks, months. And I'm just I have no problem with it. I have no problem with it either way. And if I'm wrong, I will come back and say I'm wrong gladly.
I'm with Detroit. He looked like it though to me. No, I'm just kidding.
Nigga look like he did this shit.
Anything else, Detroit?
No. Well, you know what? Hold on, one thing.
Vanilla Wild Red versus.
Damn, that's for me, fellas.
Yeah, peace, man. Get out of here, man. We got
Hey, Detroit, before you leave, do you ever go down to Al Wassan? The store
Yes, sir.
Al Wassan?
Yes, sir.
All right, yeah.
For sure.
My god brother, he work up there right now.
Okay. What's his name?
T.
Okay. All right.
Big T.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
All right. I'm going.
All right, peace. Deacon, one question, Deacon. Go ahead. What's up?
Hey man, too blessed to be stressed and highly favored. What's good?
We good. What's up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kyle, Bill, Max.
Mr.
What's
Deacon
good?
305. Long time
What's
no hear,
good?
my brother. Happy
Yeah,
2022.
happy 2022. I called you, but you didn't answer, so I didn't call again.
Oh man, I miss you, man. I hate that I miss you. I ain't talked to you in forever in the moon.
Right. I don't like to aggravate people. You know what I mean? And yeah, but I think that what Rolly probably was saying that formally the investigation has been dropped, not charges. And one thing about the state, not saying that I'm a super criminal or nothing like that, but I done been in trouble with the law before. One thing about the state, even though if they drop an investigation, they could always come back and revisit that investigation if more information happened to come up. Other than that, they would not pursue it unless there's pressure for them to pursue it with additional information. Other than that, I think he'll be just fine. Because I don't think that his lawyer will allow him to make such stupid statements, especially on social media, without merit. You know what I'm saying? And think about it. After all this time, he's now coming out with this. That means he had to get that information from his attorney. He didn't just pop up with this. And I don't think that a lawyer would be that incompetent to allow his client to go out and make statements like that, especially on social media where it's put up for the world to see. I think that would be a huge mistake. What you think about that, Bill?
No, like I said, if things turn out that he, if it turns out after, reading that and listening that, that he didn't do it, then like the brother said, he deserves a reprieve, right? Or what is it? Is that a reprieve? Is when you've actually did it. What is it when you haven't did something?
Okay.
Whatever. I mean, but he would deserve that. But at the same time, I just kind of felt initially that the way that Fred was going at Floyd and going at them, based on them distancing themselves or them not, him not fighting, them not having the big event during the shit.
Mm-hmm.
To me was I want to speak on that.
Oh, okay. Well, I had from the beginning of this situation, I did have a problem with that. I thought that the networks and everybody that was involved with Rolly was showing a very weak spine, because I didn't see any evidence that said that this man was doing that he did anything. He wasn't charged. These was just allegations. Even to the day, it was still just allegations. That's why it was being investigated. Now the investigation has been dropped. That's why I said from the very beginning that they shouldn't have never dropped that fight off of allegations. There was no definitive proof that he had did anything. And I thought that was wrong for this young man to work as hard as he has worked all of these years to get to that point. For allegations to move him out of position, I thought that was wrong. I thought that was weak, regardless of who was in power and who was in control of his career and his destiny. I thought that he should have had stronger people in his corner to protect him. I thought that was wrong.
Hey, Deacon, well, she just came down. What did Cuomo get fired for?
What did who get fired for?
Cuomo.
Allegations.
Allegations. What did he do? What was the allegation?
Can I? Okay, they said he touched a woman inappropriately. Okay, but
He did what? He did what?
Touch someone inappropriately.
Hugged them, right? It was a hug.
Right. That's touching. Right.
Okay, touching. Okay. Now what I'm saying is, and then his brother got fired for doing what, Mr. Dickey?
Allegedly giving him information on how to handle the situation.
How to handle the situation. His brother, right?
Right.
Okay.
From CNN.
From CNN. So what I'm saying is, in 2022, right? It's the stuff that you can get accused for and lose your job is at an all-time high. Like Max had said, and I think he could probably say it a little bit better. It's just the burden of proof to keep your job and your career nowadays is, it's different than it was back in the day, right? And I always tell Devin, be careful who you're around and what you're doing, because an accusation, right? It don't even gotta be that you did it, but an accusation will have us sitting in that same hot seat.
Right. And let me ask you, would you cut your son up? You know your son better than anybody, right?
Right.
Your son come to you and tell you, Dad, listen, man, this girl's lying. I did not do what she said I did. Now, Pop, I would tell you if I did it. Right. Your son. If your son is telling you this, and now you got the media saying that he did it. You got a girl saying that he did it. You got now the world is on this girl's side, but your son. You know he didn't do this, right? And now he's showing you evidence that he didn't do it, but the world don't believe him because the media drives the narrative. Now, when you brought up Cuomo, right? Cuomo is far different from a Rollys. You talk about a governor. You talk about somebody who's governing a whole state, on a different level, right? This man has real power. It don't take but a small thing to take somebody down like that. And that sets on that. So I can't even compare those two. That don't, you know what I'm saying? But I get your point, right? So what I'm saying to you, Bill, is what Kyle said earlier about the WBC. We don't have to agree with him, but his narrative of the picture that he was painting, it has some merit, it has some weight, right? Because if people are not going to respect you, and if people can just change the goalposts and say what the hell they want to say, right? And we just keep going along to get along with these narratives, because I'm not saying that you're wrong, because at the end of the day, I'm listening to you too. And if I'm listening to you, I got to be fair, right? So after listening to you tonight and listening to some of my brothers on the panel or who came on the panel or whatever, right? I think what some people are asking you to do is hustle backwards. And I know you're not going to do that, right? So why would you take less money and still don't get the respect, right? That don't make sense. Okay, why would you get your son to work hard as he's worked to get the belt and then toss the belt? Then that's defeating the purpose. Because at the end of the day, the Whigs still win. They will still win if you toss the belt. You see what I'm saying? Now, when you talk, and I heard what you were saying, I don't know if everybody caught what you were saying, when you take Floyd Mayweather's career at Devin's age, right? Devin is making 2 times the money that Floyd was making at Floyd's age. If Floyd was the same age as Devin right now, Devin is making much more money, right? Even though we're saying he's not getting the recognition, even though we're saying he's not being respected, but when he go to the bank, he's being respected. I hear all of that. And like you said, you know what?
Floyd felt, and you have to point out, because you remember just as much as I do, Floyd was feeling the same thing.
That's right.
And he said the same thing. You'll go look at his old interviews and all the shit.
I remember clear as day.
He said he couldn't get no respect. He said the announcers weren't respecting him. He said everybody was not respecting him. All the way from Larry Merchant to Bob Arum to everybody. You know what I'm saying? So he said people, and look how things worked out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So like Ward said, before when he talked about it. You know, we got to toughen up. It's a lot of things that they went through. You know, Ward and Mayweather went through that paved the way for Devin, just like what Mike McCallum and Sugar Ray went through, and Hearns to pave the way for them. You know what I'm saying? And the list goes on and on and on. You know, but the WBC and Mauricio then said on numerous times that I'm not no fool, and you ain't gonna just play me. You know what I'm saying? And then tell me some shit, and then I go try to figure out a way to convince my son and play him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, and when you talk about George Kambosos, they just did an article and they said that Devin, they said, I think Boxing Scene or something, said that this can potentially be the biggest upset of 2022. Well, wait
Not
a minute.
happening.
Right. But if you have him at number one, and you say that he beat the man that beat the man, well, how are we the favorite? Shouldn't we be the underdog? We ranked less. You know, we ranked lower, right? And you say that our belt ain't no good, right? We ain't fought nobody and all that. Well, why would we be the favorite?
Yeah. And again, listen.
Deacon.
Right. Come on with that, brother.
Deacon, we got a lot of people waiting, Deacon.
Okay.
Yo, I do want to clear something up real quick about the Rolly shit. So after reading a little bit while you guys
I'm about to pull it up.
After reading more about it, it wasn't a rape charge, it was a sexual assault charge saying that he pulled his dick out in the car on the girl.
Yeah.
So it's not what we've been saying as far as him taking
that's selling some shit he'll do.
I mean that sound more believable. I'm not gonna lie, that sound more believable.
Here's 9 hours ago. Undefeated lightweight boxer and Las Vegas native Rolly Romero was not charged with sexual assault after an investigation following accusations in October. The Henderson Police Department confirmed Tuesday the investigation has been closed, clearing the 26-year-old to fight again.
Because I read the text message that I guess she was texting about it, and she said she met up with him, they got in the car, they were kissing, she was cool with it, and he wanted to fuck, he pulled his dick out, she said nah, and then he got mad about it, tried to make her touch his dick, and then that was the case.
I'm just saying, and when you go back in history, Floyd was guilty and fought of assault, and then he went to jail for 27 days and grew an afro. And so that's why I said Floyd should have had a level of empathy for what went on. You know, I just think that it's man,
the climate is different though, Fred.
Floyd went to, and then you got to tell the whole story. Then Floyd went to jail. It was for a domestic violence, right, against his baby mama, right?
Yeah.
Who then I think, and don't quote me, I don't know, but I think she then died from like an overdose of heroin or something.
That was years later. That we're talking 15 years different, I think, in between. But I think she filed some more charges. I don't know what those are. I don't care to research that.
Right, but I think it was considered an estranged relationship, right, or girl or whatever, right, with him, because I think they had a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Right. They had a lot of problems, right?
Yeah, but the point I want you to answer, if you don't mind, is why is Floyd above the law? He gets convicted and is able to fight. Rolly gets accused and isn't able to fight.
Well, I think that it was a different time, Fred.
So I'm saying climate.
You know what I'm saying? I think it was just timing. You said that the key timing is everything. And the time in which, you know, the time of now versus then, right? I think it's just a different timing. And I don't think that Rolly, even though Rolly said on that he don't know if he is even boxing again, but I'm sure that, you know, this will come to pass, right? But I don't think you can also blame them for for putting off the event.
I think I see both sides of your argument, really, because I see your side, Bill, where you're saying, like, as a company, as a business, the accusations might be enough for you to just be like, let me put you on the back burner for now until it gets sorted. And I see what Fred's saying as far as Tank and Floyd going through their own shit, that maybe you should have stood by him and said, we're going to stand by him until it's proven that he is. And we still rock with you because we know how it could be when people just say shit. So I can see both sides of the coin.
Viacom wasn't having that shit.
But Rolly don't bring in the money all these other people do either, though. He's not bringing in that money.
Listen, fuck what Floyd talking about. You know what I'm saying? Fuck what Showtime. Viacom wasn't having that shit, bro. That's who wasn't having it. I don't give a damn what Floyd could have said. He could have stood by him. That motherfucker wasn't fighting with the look. The Me Too movement, the way it's popping off right now, ain't no fucking way. Dude, Viacom was like, hey, buddy. Tell Cuts he ain't fight.
Man, I mean, they didn't say, hey, Tank, you got to go sit down till your case is over. They didn't say, Floyd, you got to sit down till you come out of jail. You know, like it's
that's a whole nother ball game, though. Fred, we talking about rape versus a domestic violence. Rape is a whole nother.
No, we're not talking. He wasn't even accused of rape. He was talking sexual assault. So there's a big difference. And at the end of the day, it's just.
And it was more than one, though. Didn't 7 women come out?
Yeah, the man was guilty, Kyle. Guilty. Don't you understand? Guilty. We got another call. One question, dog. What's up?
What's up, y'all? I want to talk about that situation. I actually followed the girl on Twitter before she made it private. One of the victims. You want to interview her? You could just get in contact with her and see what's going on. So, I actually followed. She said that the charges weren't actually dropped. He just said it was dropped. Basically, it's still an ongoing investigation, but they just don't have enough evidence. So, it's just like in the Cosby case. Like Cosby, he didn't even actually get accused of. He got charged because one of the girls was young. One of the victims at the Playboy party was young. So, it's really hard to pinpoint. Like if you don't come out right away with the accusations, then it's really that's what they're gonna be saying. So, but I'm just saying, like, man, I ain't like how he was trying to basically at the end. I think he did it because, like, no man would tell another man to suck his BBC. Like on that Instagram post, he said y'all could suck my big. I'm like, what grown man would tell another man to do that? Like, and I actually followed the girl. She's saying that I know what happened to me that night. I didn't do it. She said that she not lying. I don't know who's lying. It's really hard for me to say, but I just want Devin to keep doing his thing, man. He out there, he doing good. I don't care nothing about nobody's personal life. We all go through problems, So Floyd is the GOAT, you know what I'm saying? Like he ain't come out of boxing looking fucked up. He ain't come out of boxing, can't speak. And they say he the greatest, He came out of boxing doing what he had to do. Period.
Absolutely.
And started his own promotional company. It's just fighters don't want to put in that work, All these Mickey Bays, and I ain't trying to diss them, but they wasn't waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, running and doing all things. That's why they not at his level. Same thing with LeBron, with Kobe. You see, the best of the best athletes work hard.
So you saying these boxers don't work hard? You don't think these boxers waking up at 3 a.m. to fight, to go run and train?
Man,
no. It took Floyd 38 fights to get his first million, right?
Man,
so
you sound like a fan. You sound like an extreme fan.
These guys, Mickey Bay was getting fights. They was getting championship fights.
You sound like you would have wiped Floyd's ass. You sound like yeah.
Hagler, it took Hagler 50 fights.
Like you were Floyd.
It took Hagler 50 fights.
Appreciate
These guys don't want to put in the work,
Yeah, how you go?
We're not gonna subject. Hey, listen, we're not gonna subject Bill to this bullshit.
Listen to this though, because you guys, because when y'all screaming, it wasn't rape, it was sexual assault. As if Let me read sexual assault to you. Sexual.
Do you have a personal vendetta against Rolly?
A little.
I have a personal vendetta against niggas that's cool with rape.
Yeah,
man. I got a personal vendetta against niggas that downplay rape and say that no, it's only sexual assault. It's not rape, right? The legal definition of rape is defined as any form of unwanted sexual penetration that includes penetration that is oral, vaginal, or anal in order to be classified as rape. Penetration may include a body part or an object. The U.S. Department of Justice says. What is sexual assault? Sexual assault has a more broad definition, as it is defined as any unwanted sexual contact. It is not limited to penetration, but also includes touching, fondling, molestation.
Yeah, because he made her touch his dick. So yeah, that's.
I'm with all of that. And if the police come out tomorrow and say that the investigation is still ongoing, I'll gladly report it. But according to Google
my daughter come and tell me that I'm killing him. Now I'm killing him.
Yeah, I get that.
And he look like a nigga that'll do some shit like that. See, you know the problem is, Fred?
Yeah.
This is the problem. The nigga look like he down to do some shit like that. That's the problem. See, he looked like he
So
on
am
some
I
weird
when the
shit
police
like that.
am I when the police pull me over.
Huh?
So am I when the police pull me over. So are you when the police pull you over.
That's not necessarily true, nigga. Not all the time.
So is Ahmaud Arbery.
So when I just said that the police, and then you said no. When I said that the police ain't for us, right? I just said that.
Yeah, I'm not. I said I believe in systemic oppression, but at the end of the day, all police ain't against us. I don't call you when someone break in my house. I call the police.
What does that statement mean? What does that statement mean when you just said when the police pull
no,
you
because
over?
he said he looks like it. He said he looks like he commits the crime. Well, so do black people when police pull them over. That don't make it. No,
I'm just saying, like,
doesn't equate to anything.
Have you ever seen him on live with a female?
No, I mean,
okay, so, Fred, that's what I'm saying, Fred. Yeah. When I say he looked like that, like, listen to what I'm saying. If you ever see him like interact with a female and like see him on live with females and shit like that, he looked like he'll do some shit like that. That's why everybody is like, that nigga did it. You get what I'm saying?
So does a football player in the football game. He looks way aggressive, right? Every time you see a football player, he looks aggressive. Every time you see a fighter, he looks aggressive. Oh, he looks like he'll commit the crime. I mean, where do we get this from? I
just told you, you can see the nigga like the way he interact with females.
And listen, I mean, you tell me he fits the profile of a rapist. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying,
pretty much.
The nigga actions. Listen, the nigga actions lead me to believe that he'd do some shit like that, Fred. That's what I'm saying.
You're saying he looks like a guy that would just pull his dick out in a car on a girl.
He looked like a nigga that'll pull his dick out in the car and say, "Bitch, touch my dick." He looked like that dude, man. Fred,
like, what we doing here? Yeah, like, yo, what we doing here? And hey, she said they were kissing too. They were making out in the car. So I think the next step is.
Fred, hey. You know how you talk. Hey.
No, so what?
Hey.
So what? And then you know what? And then no, it's not funny. This shit ain't funny because at the end of the day, when a black man gets pulled over, he looks like he committed a crime. What are we talking about? He looks like he committed a crime.
That ain't the same.
It don't make sense, dog. Like he looks like he committed a crime.
Neither do that bullshit that you be saying about everybody that you hear. I mean, you, like I said, you don't have any proof. You said the accuser, right? You have the girl. She's saying it, right? So we saying, we don't believe that shit, man. So we believe Rolly then. You can choose to believe who you believe, right? We're saying that.
Well, the police said there's no charges. The police said there's no charge. The police said there's no charges.
Fred, it's hard to prove that you made a motherfucker touch your dick. It's hard to prove.
So Fred, you say there's no charges, or the charges was dropped.
I just read it. I don't.
So they said that there was a case filed for an investigation, which means there was no charges.
The investigation has been closed, so there's never even been charges. He didn't even go to court. So they had minimal merit. If it had no merit, no merit. The accusations that these women had no merit. He didn't even get a court date. If it's multiple women, I mean, that means more stories. They should add up in a line. I'm only using common sense.
At the end of the day, these athletes need to protect themselves and don't put themselves in situations where this could go bad. I mean, it could have even been a girl you was really fucking with, and then you pissed her off at one point in time, and now you're a millionaire. She gonna come for you. Like, you need to be.
Well, isn't it great to have a father like Bill Haney? Isn't it great to have a father like Bill Haney? Because Deb ain't into none of this shit.
We try to be, but listen, Fred, you asked me, do I got a personal vendetta against Rollys? Is that what you said, or do I? No, you said,
because and I personally don't care, but it came up like 200 times in the chat. That's all.
No, I don't have no personal vendetta against him. You know what I mean? I'm talking shit about him. You know what I mean? Because that's what he's going through. But like I said, if that the girl, it came out that the girl was lying, you're right. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just the second after the guy doing it, the girl lying. And I'm with Mex. Like the girl, if she's lying, it shouldn't be that nothing happened. If somebody need to go to jail, then, or somebody needs to be on probation, or somebody, you know what I mean? It can't just be nothing happened, right? So either he's lying or she's lying, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I mean, there is the option, like I was saying, that something did happen, but it can't be proven. There's no camera, there's no nothing. It's her versus him. Like, they both agree they were in the car kissing, so they both agree they were doing something in the car. And then that next step is the one where the police say, well, we can't say that he did or didn't. So, maybe she's not lying. Maybe he's not lying. Maybe they both see it differently.
It's the Me Too movement, man. She probably told him, stop, chill out. He was like, no, I'm not going to. You know what I mean? You know how he is. You know what I'm saying? How that motherfucker talk.
Yeah, what'd you come here for? You knew what it was. Like, a lot of these.
That's sad that you're basing it off of what he looks like. That don't make sense.
I'm not.
No, because you know why? Fred. No, because you know why? Because when these black men went to court because they were uneducated in the 50s and the 60s, your mentality would have convicted their ass for a crime they didn't commit. They couldn't talk they didn't talk the English language well. They didn't go to school. They wasn't educated. So you know what happens in the 50s and the 60s? They were convicted. You understand what I'm saying? Just because he looks like it, it makes no sense. That's not.
Fred,
you can't even play with that.
Listen, I see a man on Instagram Live. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Fred. You're missing what I'm telling you. I seen a man on Instagram Live interact with females. Hold on, listen to me now. I've seen him on Instagram Live on wax interacting with females, and the way he acts. He act like a nigga that'll do some shit like this, Fred. I'm telling you, he overly aggressive. The whole shit. If you go back and look at his Instagram lives with females at the dinner table or wherever the fuck they are, it's the same vibe. That's why when it came up, I was like, shit, he probably did it.
Well, you know what they're going to say. Well, if a retarded person say they committed, he looks like he committed the crime, like at the end of the day, he didn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, like someone with face tats.
According to the judicial system, he didn't do it. Stephen Espinoza and everybody said there's an open investigation. The investigation said it is closed. That is it. That is it. So now we're gonna change it. Oh, he looks like he get it. So now we're gonna perpetrate and say he's guilty. He's guilty because he looks like it. Well, if you go running tonight in your sweatsuits and a hoodie and a beanie, you look like you committed a crime. You're running. They don't know you're jogging. Man, so Trayvon Martin is fucking guilty. He looked like he had a hoodie on. He's guilty. Mike Brown is I don't. But I'm just saying, like Ahmaud Arbery is guilty. Like I don't understand. Like the investigation is closed. We just got to accept it. It's closed according to Google, according to his thing. If anything changes, feel free to come back and read me. But I think it's just disgusting when we got 4 minorities on this platform and we say, oh, because he talked awkward with a girl, he would rape her. Well, I'm pretty awkward if you put me in a room with people talking about crypto. I don't know nothing about crypto because he sound ignorant. He don't know. He asking dumb questions. He's awkward. He's retarded. He's dumb. But they don't know I've made millions on Wall Street. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't get that. Like there are introverts that are awkward.
How many people did you talk to? How many people did during the movie? How many people did you talk to that were accusers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
Ooh, how many?
Yeah, how many? How many would you say? And I mean, you know, go on the heavy side of it. You know what I mean? Don't, you know, would you say it's 10, 20, 30? What I mean?
No. Ask the question again so I can answer it. Ask one question. How many people? How many
accusers or victims? How many victims of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad would you say? Or alleged victims?
Oh man, I don't want to answer that publicly because I got a film coming out. If you, I mean, I can't.
I mean, several, a lot. Would you say a lot?
I got some NDAs, so I can't speak on it.
Okay. In relation to the amount of people that
I interviewed at least 60 people.
At least
minimum 60. Minimum 60. Minimum 60.
Okay.
At least. If yeah, at least 60.
So
and I'll just say I interviewed at least 10 people that were in the house that has spent a lot of time in his 18-room mansion between Arizona and Chicago, and you know, so at least 8 to 10. Some is public, you know, like I mean, I interviewed John Ali. Those are 2 public that people know about. I interviewed his family members. They're in the movie.
Were any of them still presently in the Nation of Islam?
That's a trick question, man. Because it gives the answers away. That's a trick question. But I'll say both. I'm trying to find a way to answer your question public without not answering. I'm trying to answer it. Yeah.
Because when you talk about that, if we don't have a criminal investigation, I mean, we don't have a criminal, he was never charged criminally, then we say that, you know, we have, if you say it's 10 people that accuse him, and then you have another, or you have thousands of other people to say that to go against his character and say, well, he's not like that, and that from what they know that didn't happen, and to say that the other people are lying, right? Then you have a movie.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you know what I'm saying? You have a movie, but you don't, and that's what a movie is. I mean, I'm sure what this is fiction, right?
You know, it's my story is fiction. No, it's not fiction. It's not very much non-fiction. It's just a narrative. It's just a narrative. But the proof is in the pudding as it pertains to the number of kids that he's had, and it's pretty much.
Did you have any of those kids had DNA tests?
Well, they're accepted as his kids, and some of the moms are still alive, and they know if they had sex with Elijah Muhammad.
Okay, so right, so we say that they're saying regardless of anything, we believe the women because they said they had sex with him, right? So why, if we can believe the women that they had sex with him underage with nothing else than that, why wouldn't we believe the girl then? I'm just asking, just playing, you know.
but believe the girl.
Okay, so we don't believe the
But we
girl's
got
word.
proof. There's proof of the kids, and there's proof that they were hiding because the son admitted to hiding. He said I had to hide when I was in the Nation of Islam because they couldn't find out that I was Elijah Muhammad's son. He said that. I didn't do the interview, but it's on the internet.
Okay.
So what about the point? Once again, you were gone, Bill, when your phone died. The timing of the contract thing with the TMT. Does anybody think that adds anything to the story, any validity, or you think it's coincidental?
What do you mean the timing of?
Supposedly that was going to be his last fight in that contract, and he was up to resign, and then he was possibly talking about not resigning or needing more money or something, and then all this fell apart.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? He would have to. So I don't believe too much Rollys says.
This feels like a Donald Trump situation.
I didn't hear from Rolly. I heard it from L-Dub though, and he seems to be pretty reliable with the info. But
the only thing that I wouldn't understand is that it's like Rolly was really built by Mayweather Promotions. You know, he's not a Al Haymon fighter. He's a Mayweather fighter, right? So I don't understand what they would build him for if they're not building him to feed him to Gervonta Davis, right? Where else is Rolly going? He just damn near lost to that other boy. He had a controversial win with. I mean,
oh yeah.
Well, lost to Comey.
Like, so if you only have one fight left, then you give him Tank. But we know that the contracts get extended if you win a title, right? You can't go out the door. Your last fight is a title and then you're gone. Come on, man. Do you know that, right? You know.
Yeah.
Or Fred, you know, on the contract that you get extension every time they get you a world title, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So them playing him and saying, okay, you got one more fight. Well, shit, if you only got one more fight, we're gonna cash out with you. What are we gonna pay you to have another building fight and then go out the door?
Yeah.
This seems like a Donald Trump situation, man. I think it's blame to be had on all sides.
Yeah.
I think Rolly was with that chick, and they might have did some things, and they probably had a disagreement or a fallout. Floyd got wind of it, and they probably used her to sabotage everything. I think everybody had something to do with this. I think everybody was a piece of the puzzle. If you ask me, you know, the more investigating we doing tonight, the more I think everybody has something to do with this shit here. You know, it started off with Rolly and old girl, and then Floyd was like, "Oh shit, we can use this to get it." Bang, and then shit, everything else trickled down.
I mean, that fight could have been Devin, right? Weren't they? I mean, Rolly was calling out Devin. And
man, hell no, man, they wasn't gonna. Mick, stop this shit, man, before I put it
No,
on.
I'm saying, like,
you know good and damn well
called him out, and then he said, "Nah, never mind." So,
are you high? You think they was gonna sacrifice their whole entire world to fight Devin Haney? Are you crazy?
What are you sacrificing? It's Rolly Romero, bro. It's not Tank. Like, it's food.
Man, brother, please. You think they're not gonna sacrifice? They're not gonna sacrifice the potential money that he can fight somebody else. Why would they? They know he gonna lose to Devin Haney. Why the hell they put him in the ring with Devin Haney?
He definitely, to me, he was talking. He was food for Tank. He was, you know what I mean. They was building him and had him in the cut for Tank. I just don't see the logic and you know, stop working against him or trying to. You build him up, right? You get him to fight. You build him up, and then you sabotage him where he can't fight. I just don't see that. That's to me is
you're shooting yourself in the foot. Really,
yeah. I think that's a bit extreme to me, looking at it that way. But over here at this barbershop, I think, you know, Fred leads the charge in dragging Mayweather and them, you know, and like I said, I don't necessarily.
I
Huh?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I could
No,
have,
I stand
I
corrected.
could have, I think, more reasons what I can see Fred having to, you know, dislike Floyd. You know what I'm saying? If I want to look at it that way, but I don't look at it like that. I don't look at what he can do for us. I look at what he's already done and how can we do it and be better. And one thing about it is Devin was a world champion before Floyd. Devin got to the bag before Floyd, right? I mean, but he is TBE. You know what I'm saying? And in this era of boxing, right? When you talk about prize fighting, and then when you talk about the legacy fights and all that, they switched the goalposts so much with that shit. You know what I mean?
Now,
Because I see the
what
way
is your position?
What
is your position on people wearing sunglasses in the building?
I don't know. Do I got on sunglasses?
Now you ain't got on sunglasses. I'm just saying, there's somebody in that camp that you love so much. Listen to me. I love you, man. You know I do, but I got to get on you. I got to do this to you. Now listen, he got a man in his camp that wears sunglasses in the building all the goddamn time. And my OGs told me back in the good old days.
Oh yeah, yeah.
If
when
a
man
nigga
got on
wears sunglasses
yeah.
in the building, he
Yeah.
can't be.
He can't be
They
trusted.
can't be trusted over there, man. He
Right.
can't be trusted.
Yeah,
And he
well,
wear white at the
well,
Labor Day.
the workers, you know what I mean? I don't look at in any way. If you know you're a worker, you know, I look at the bosses, because I know the workers is only doing what they can do to keep the job. You know what I mean? They're doing, you know, they're trying to survive. And if it's who I think you're talking about,
Leonard Caldwell.
Yeah, I know Leonard don't have any power to do anything. He'll tell you all the time. If you want to talk to Floyd. I got to talk to Floyd. So I don't think that we can hang that on Leonard. You know.
He wears sunglasses in the building, Bill. We can't let him get a pass on that.
But he's a blocker. He's not the quarterback.
Yeah. You know, we bosses over here, but he a supervisor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, he does his job. I respect how loyal he is to Mayweather and how long he's been over there. You know, you can't lose respect, because if you lose respect for him, then you know that's a grave mistake to not respect the opposition. You know.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, he talked all this Black Power shit, right? We in Atlanta. This is when I knew he was full of shit, and I'm mad at myself because I knew better than to trust a man that wears sunglasses in the building as much as he do. And I knew better. So what happened was, I'm in Atlanta, right? And I asked the guy for 45 seconds for an interview. He goes, brother, I'm about to get out of here. I'm about to go get something to eat. 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes later, he crashed an interview with the white dudes. Talk to the white boys, right? So I'm cool with Jerron Ennis and his pops and shit, right? So I end up getting on the stage with him. And I just look to the side like, that Black Power, all that Black Power shit you talking about, I knew he was full of shit. And from that point on, I knew. I ain't fuck with a nigga that wears sunglasses in the building. I knew not to fuck with a nigga that wears sunglasses in the building. I knew better. But I went against my better judgment. And that showed me. Nigga, go with your first mind. Don't trust niggas that wear sunglasses in the building. And you can't trust a nigga that wear a beard with no mustache. Can't be trusted. A man with 2 first names can't be trusted either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tell me.
No, but like I said with Leonard, you know, over the years I've grew accustomed to, you know, his work style and his approach to it, you know, and I don't harbor anything towards him. I know that they hogging the ball, they got the ball, you know, and they don't owe us nothing, you know what I'm saying? But you know, time will tell, you know what I mean? But one thing that I told Leonard is that they was in this position before. They was you know, in the same position we in before, you know. So you can't doubt us. Right?
Bill, I gotta stop you, Bill. Y'all not in the same position because ain't nobody in your team asked out in a top ranked boxing gym. But go ahead.
Yeah. But in terms of in terms of what he's had to do and how hard he's had to work, how many hours he's spent up, you know what I mean, working and trying to build that Mayweather brand. You know what I mean? He put his life into it. He started in a low level position with Floyd and worked himself up to being the number 2 man over there at Mayweather Promotions. You know what I'm saying? So you got to at least respect that. You know, even if they don't respect where we are and what we coming for, you know what I'm saying? Then, like I say, that'll be their grave mistake. You know, you know, when I talk about bosses and the difference between bosses and workers, we put the money up for ours. We did our LLC. You know what I mean? We pay taxes every year. You know, we handle our business, right? And that's why when I say bosses, when you put up the money and you start your company, right? Who you partner up with in the process is part of it. But who's funding us and making the decisions for us is us.
Speaking of decisions, Bill, so from a fan's perspective, I feel like the only 3 fights worth seeing Devin in at 135 would probably be Loma, Tank, or Kambosos for Undisputed. If you don't get one of those 3 fights, what is the maybe percentage of the chance that you guys move up to 140?
No, I think we're gonna do one more fight at 35, and then we go up to 140 regardless.
Regardless of who it is?
Right.
So if it's not one of those 3, would it still be a mandatory? Would it still be like?
No, I mean, as far as Devin, I think we got him for one more fight at 135, and that's for sure, right? And depending on how the weight comes off, you know, because it'll be another year at 35, and then we're talking about May, right? So then if you talk about May or April or May for the next fight, then you talk about the next one after that will be towards the end of the year. So that's a whole nother year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can get one more fight out of him for sure at 35. Another one, it would just have to be a big fight, like a Tank Davis or Lomachenko.
So that one other fight that you guys are trying to get done in May, if it's not one of those top 3 names, are you still willing to fight maybe someone that's, you know, I mean, JoJo was a good fight, but he's not on the level of name-wise of Loma, Tank, and then now Kambosos because of the belts only.
Yeah.
So would it be like
4? He has 4 title defenses. I think we'll do, like I said, we'll do another one, defend the title again, and then, or you know, do the undisputed, and then move up to 140. But I know with the WBC, you can become, and I think probably with all the belts, right? You can go up and then become a mandatory, or you can go up and fight for an interim or something like that.
So y'all looking at Josh Taylor right away, or are you trying to get used to the weight first?
We'll do one. We'll do one at 140. We'll do one at 140, and then, you know, if it's Josh is there, you know what I mean, still, which I don't think he's gonna be there. You know, and of course, you know, him and Devin have one of the same coaches, and Ben Davison. You know, Ben Davison is a assistant coach with us, right? And he's his Josh's full-time coach. So that will kind of, I think, be a bit strained in terms of everything that Ben knows about Devin working the corner in Josh's corner, right? I don't think that that's going to happen. And I think Devin and Josh are you know, have developed a relationship. So I don't think that fight is going to ever happen.
What do you think of Tim Smith's comments about Terrence Crawford? Did you get a chance to hear him?
Yeah, I just think that's tragic, man. That Bob, I mean, man, Terrence Crawford is special, man. He's different, you know what I mean? And both him and Earl Spence are different, you know. And they deserve to be treated as champions, as the champions they are. And the way that Crawford is getting carried, both by Bob, and then when Tim came out and said that, it's the same way is, what Leonard said about Devin and not being able to pay him or not having the money to pay him. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like
they said the same thing about you, though.
Right,
They
that's
ain't
what I'm
got enough
saying.
to pay you. They ain't got enough to pay Crawford. So
right. But the thing that was different between Devin and Crawford is the fact that we have some money to pay Tank. Right? Does Crawford have the money to pay Earl to come over?
Well, he's not tied up to he doesn't have any backing. He may have a private investor in Omaha. That's a lot of money in Omaha. He may be able to do that.
Warren Buffett.
Well, listen.
Yeah, but you can't.
Huh?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say he probably can't do it anyway because the way that Al Haymon structured his contract. If Gary couldn't fight you, I can't see how Earl would be able to fight Terrence Crawford outside of PBC. It's just practicality.
If you're an advisor and you're given advice, and you know that I can beat this guy over here, and I can go get this bag, right? Then wouldn't you advise me to go get it?
He's not an advisor. He's a promoter. He's a manager. He's really a manager. On the legal record documents say he's a manager. So he's a manager.
Okay, well, I always say that the best job in the world is for me is being able to work for my son, right? To work for him, right? It's great, it's great. But I work for him, not that the other way around. He don't work for me. You know what I'm saying? So, and if you're doing everything that you as a manager supposed to do, is that you're supposed to help the fighter get better, both inside and outside the ring. And if this is something that Gary wanted to do, then who's stopping him? If you said that he has a manager, then the manager can't stop you from fighting somebody.
Yeah. But
so there it goes again.
But they're doing the same thing you're accusing me of, like bringing down another black man to protect their business model, right? I'm bringing down another black man to protect my business model, right?
What do you mean bringing a black man down? Like how?
Like, for example, Leonard Ellerbe said, I don't have enough money to pay Devin. Tim Smith says, I don't have enough money to pay Terrence Crawford. Floyd Mayweather said, if you're doing business with me, you're doing business with Al, vice versa. So if that's the case, then they're not willing to work with black people anyway. Tank Davis is going to fight a Latino.
No, they don't want to work with black people that have, or black fighters that stand a chance to beat their fighter, right? But if you're a black fighter and you are and not I don't want to use the word bum, but whatever, food. Yeah, food. Thank you, Max. Well, you good, boy. Max good. This is my first time meeting you, though. You good. But the first, if you're food, then they gonna eat. They're gonna bring you over and eat.
Yeah, but no one is. But see, from my perspective and how we started the conversation, look, if you're with Eddie Hearn, who is a white promoter, right? Al Haymon is a manager. Floyd Mayweather is the promoter. Devin Haney's been in that gym for years, right? If they were who they say that you say that they are, then Devin Haney is an easy fit. Like, I would have gave him the money to be his promoter.
No. If Devin was sitting in there and all these time you talking to Floyd and you don't get the bag, I'm saying, what are you talking to him for? What do you keep talking to this guy for? You guys are him and Devin are still friends. They still follow each other. They still talk on the phone, right? And listen, the thing about it is when we did the deal, right? you know, the first thing that he gonna talk to Floyd or he gonna talk to whoever or whatever, right? And he gonna say, you know, damn, your daddy did that.
Yeah.
You ain't getting paid that. Oh man, you should. But the first thing he said, oh, that's cool. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Oh, your daddy's doing good by you. Oh yeah. Huh? Oh, I can't be mad at that. I can't. I can't top that. I can't top that. You got to do that. Just do that until you know, till it's over. I'll do that. Keep doing that, right? But if you really a good manager, that you're gonna get your guy paid. You're gonna have your guy happy. You're gonna do all the shit, and then in return you get taken care of. It ain't the other way around, right? As a manager, you're supposed to do just what Eddie Reynoso then did over there with Canelo, getting paid. Do exactly what Al Haymon did with Floyd, got him paid, right? I'm looking at those. I'm looking at the other guys. You know what I'm saying? And I know my job is to get my guys paid. And the one thing that Terrence Crawford is missing is having somebody in the streets, in these streets, speaking for him like me. Because Bob didn't do a great job. He doesn't do good jobs with black fighters. He's already said that. But if I was working for Terrence Crawford, man.
Speaking of, since I got you on here, Bill, I mean, I've said it a couple of times before about the level of popularity with these fighters. I was saying that Canelo being maybe the one, maybe. I don't think there's really any other boxers right now that are household names to casuals that don't watch sport. You know, like Ali, Mayweather, they were known in countries that don't even have electricity, that don't get to watch shit. You're just so popular. And being that social media is one of the main like free venues of promotion right now, do you see maybe you and Devin stepping up the push on social media, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, interviews, platforms like this, YouTube, and just getting more, just the name out there more, where someone that doesn't even watch boxing knows, hey, I know who Devin Haney is. I've seen him over here. I've seen him over here.
I think a few good things happened for Floyd outside of boxing. One being Dancing with the Stars did great, and this transition over. The WWE or whatever he did with the Big Show was great, right? It was several times that they had some excellent strategy over there, right? To get him out to the casuals and get him to different audiences. You know what I mean? But remember that, you know, that took some time. He did that over a 20-year period, you know? So, you know, we got about, we got about 5 years. We got about 5 years in now.
So I'm saying like the same way you were comparing like the trajectory of Haney's career compared to Floyd's at the age, and you took some game from him. Now you're in a better spot than he was at this age.
Right.
I think the same can be done with the promo. Like, I mean, I follow Devin on Instagram myself, right? And I just noticed that sometimes, let's say he goes to the Laker game, and the only hashtag he had was the dream, which is his dream. But if he would have added 40 more hashtags, he would have popped up on more algorithms. LA Lakers, LeBron, you know, just stuff that his picture will pop up. Where you'd be like, okay, who's this young dude with all the jewelry sitting courtside? Like, you know what I mean?
But you know, younger guys, and you'll probably know you're young too as well. They don't like to look like they thirsty for it. You know what I'm saying? So he doesn't do a lot of that stuff, and that's just his.
So he runs his own social media.
Yeah. He don't let nobody mess with his Instagram or none of that.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was wondering that myself, because I have a couple of friends that just like built like tattoo pages out of nowhere, and they told me like that's how you do it. You got to put the maximum amount of hashtags to get just the algorithms picking things up. So, but I understand what you're saying as far as not wanting to look thirsty and looking like you want the attention. But I'm just saying it's free promo, it's free game, you know.
I mean, he on the Shade Room every week, so that's he doing all right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I even see that hot chip challenge and everything too. That was a good video to do stuff like that. You know what I mean? Maybe even going like on hot ones or different shows where you can cross promote. But yeah.
Bill, Rich want to know when you getting your merch up.
Man, that's one part that we want to do in 2022. But I need a designer, a graphic designer to like design some new shirts and that kind of stuff. So we're looking to do some things. But that was another thing with him is that he doesn't necessarily, if it ain't super hot, you know what I'm saying? Like he wants it to be, you know what I mean? And that's what we need to bring on. So I know he's looking to do that. And there was something else he was asking about. I think, what is it? Booking or something involved in Instagram that I know that a lot of the influencers be doing or something. You know what I mean? And so he's looking for somebody to do that.
Okay.
You know?
So
you gotta come with your own boxing shoes.
Well, we tried to do that with Reebok. You know, we put Reebok on the map after, you know, Floyd was wearing the shoes and he was wearing the Reebok boots and but they weren't being sold to the public. So I got in touch with a rep over at Reebok and said, you know, try us out, you know. And we put the motherfuckers on the map. I mean, everybody was wearing the Reebok boots, right? And they wanted to continue to give us like small amounts of money and a whole lot of merch and all that. And then I said,
No, I'm saying like your own shoe, like
right.
The Devin Haney's or some shit.
Right. But like I said, that was kind of a test case for us to just see what we could do in terms of influencing. And we did good with that. We did good with the Reebok. So I think, you know, I expected, you know, to whenever we get a hold of something else, you know, we're gonna definitely blow it up.
Yeah. Cause I mean I know a guy.
Oh, you know a guy. Okay.
Yeah. I know a guy for everything, for real.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, I lived the life 10 men could live, man. You know what I mean?
I hear you, Kyle.
So if you're a
Kyle,
graphic,
Kyle, you know what? You talk more shit than all you almost talk more shit than me.
Hey, listen, man. You know we town niggas, man.
Yeah. Believe that.
So if you're a graphic designer, create a design and tag Bill Haney. You know what I mean? And hopefully he'll see it. You know, tag him and hashtag Devin Haney or the Dream.
Or
Devin Haney Promotions.
Email me
or
Bill Haney 714@gmail.com.
Bill Haney 714@gmail. Send them those designs. You know what I mean? And you'll get a handful.
We still waiting on the hometown fight, man. Shit.
I know. But shit, we gotta go over here to Australia first, you know. And I'm hearing that things are moving forward, you know, with Kambosos. I talked to his dad, Jim, and you know, Jim assured me that the next fight that for his son is Haney, and I assured him that that's the only fight that we want as well. So the pops then talked, and now Lou and Eddie talked yesterday. They talked yesterday, and you know, Eddie said that, you know, they're moving forward. You know, things are moving forward, and you know, so that's what that is.
The best thing about that fight happening is you won't be getting choked out by Kambosos' daddy.
Oh, never that.
Hey, give them whatever they want. Just get that done.
No, Jim, man, he, you know, you'd like him, man. You should get Kambosos on the show.
Yeah, we should.
Have you reached out to him?
No, I haven't. Never. I only have his contact and nothing.
When we get off.
Send it to me. I would love it.
I'm gonna shoot it to you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we would be glad to do that. I think that I'm not optimistic about that fight because of the history of slick black fighters and white people in the sport of boxing. They got to stay in business. I haven't. You can call it pessimistic or realistic or a hater. I don't believe that fight will happen. And I wish I had power to influence it, but I don't think media has a power to influence. I think he's either going to go to what's his name, Bob Arum, for multiple TV deals because he's over there struggling in New York with Broadway boxing, or he'll do the same thing with Eddie Hearn. And
well, he's doing. Lou is doing what all promoters do, right? As a in tradition, right? They use Kambosos to leverage a deal with Top Rank for the rest of his fighters and the rest of his stable.
Right.
But those are days. Those are the yesteryear days. Now these guys, like I said, Kambosos, he put a lot of stuff on his on his new bio. The thing that I didn't like to see, or I like to see first, was the ferocious promotions that he put on there. And as a young fighter, me seeing that, I'm saying that's right. You know what I mean? You the boss. You do the talking. Let me hit up Pops, right? Because any dad that's saying that he choked Teofimo Lopez dad out. I said, this nigga's my kind of guy, right? So I hit him up, I hit him up. I talked to Eddie. I said, man, give me Jim's number. And he gave it to me, you know what I'm saying? And I hit Jim up and we talked like dads, like fathers, and what we wanted to happen for our sons, and it's not the other way around. Like, can this happen? Or let me call Lou up, or man, let me see what Eddie is talking about. We talk like dads supposed to talk in 2022. It's what our sons want. We're gonna make this shit happen, and Eddie gonna get his cut, and Lou gonna get his cut. You know what I'm saying? But the shit is gonna happen because Kambosos wants to fight Deb. Deb wants to fight Kambosos, and they got two good fathers that aren't standing in the way of what the kids want. You know what I mean? And that's what it is.
Now, I really hope the fight happens. Now, if you want me to hope and pray,
because you could be right. I can't say that you can, because historically, you know what I mean. Just our history shows that motherfuckers leave us standing at the altar, right? But if it does happen, Fred, give me incentive. Tell me you're gonna take me to dinner, or tell me something, man.
Oh, easy.
Okay,
you open just I'll gladly take you to dinner. That's easy.
All
right. Hey, we gonna have a fight party at your house, Fred, if we go down.
No, you're not gonna do that. But I mean, he made French toast. I mean, Mr. Haney made French toast and potatoes for me. I would gladly take
French toast with strawberries, blueberries, and all that.
Okay.
Fresh berries and stuff.
Yeah, fresh berries. Yeah.
So now, so speaking of this fight, Bill. So how does that affect your one more 135 fight if there's a rematch clause? There would be 2 fights this year. Would you still? Or would you guys just try to push for one and done, no rematch clause? However it goes, how it goes.
You know what? I don't know if that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I think I don't know.
I mean, if I'm Kambosos, I want a rematch clause just in case I lose. You know what I mean? I want one more shot, get it back.
Yeah, he wants the money.
But if you guys are planning on moving up after one,
I don't know if Kambosos. I just don't know. You know what I'm saying? But that would be nice in an ideal situation that it was, that it was a rematch. You know what?
That would be good for boxing. If it's a, that would be great for boxing.
I'm gonna talk to Jim. You know what? It should be 2 fights anyway. You know what I'm saying? We win in Australia and then come back and beat him again in America.
But that'll be good for boxing because people will be looking forward to it.
Right.
It would be a fight to look forward to, and you got and you're doing what PBC and Terrence Crawford should be doing. They should be telling everybody like, hey, it's a strong chance we could fight Terrence Crawford next. Instead of saying, oh, we ain't paying that man. Like, you're killing the hope in the sport. So just like there's 17 teams that made the playoffs. Everybody's hoping. The Raiders are hoping that they can win the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like,
Niners, baby.
Niners or whoever your team is. It's hope. So
man, you from Oakland? You a Niner fan, Kyle?
Listen, I ain't never went to the mall, seen gold and grabbed silver.
Watch out, Kyle.
Man.
Hey, a girl leave me once. She gonna have a chance to leave me again. Hell no.
Hey, listen. The Raiders came with me. They here out in Las Vegas with me.
Hey, you
That's
can
why
have.
you see him got on that. You see him got on that red, and I got on this black. So you already
Hey,
know
listen.
what it is.
Hey, listen. Hey, look.
Hey, this is the next undisputed fight right here.
Hey, shit too far.
Yeah,
You know,
bang
ain't
bang
nothing too
Niner
far.
gang, huh? No, that's 40. That's 40. That's E40's team, man. You know, E40 loves them Niners too. Yeah, he been a Niner fan. We
Here's another quick
divided.
question.
Huh?
Another quick question, Bill. When eventually you guys make that move to 140, would you guys still be interested in a Teofimo fight, or was that only for the belts when he had them?
You know what? I like Teofimo them as a opponent. You know, just I mean, you know what I'm saying. This is Dev is 23, man. We need all them guys. I don't discredit none of them guys. You know what I'm saying? Them guys didn't want to fight Dev, right? It wasn't that we didn't want to fight them. We want to fight them because they have fans, because what they've done in the sport. You know, it's always everyone saying that Devin didn't do enough. We never said that they didn't do enough. You know what I mean?
Have you spoken to Teo's dad?
Yeah, I seen him down there in front of the liquor store the other day, and he had ran out of gas, and you know, I helped him out. I helped him out, but you know what though? No, never mind.
Man, did you give him an 8 ball or did you give him $8?
Yeah. Back in the day, he might could have got the 8 ball, but you know, I gave him $8.
Bottom of 40.
Yeah, man. I just think that shit is gonna. I mean, that shit is gonna erupt something terrible, man. I just hope it's not nothing fatal. You know, where they still have careers after.
With Teofimo?
Yeah, with the father and son, I think it's going to explode. I
pulled it. I hope that they can get it together. And Teofimo says that, you know, that's his guy, and you know his style. He understands his dad more than anybody.
Sure.
And he know that it's coming from a great place, and they've been doing that for years. You know what I'm saying? I remember Teo in the amateurs and shit, and senior. He came in and you know, he was like, you know, my son is this and my son is that and all that, you know, and that was like when he was an amateur, you know, and we knew that when you did too much as fathers, if you do too much loud talking and all that to judges, well, you know, the judges will go with the other fighter because it was more on sportsmanship and all that shit, you know, in USA boxing, you know, they didn't want the coaches and stuff to be doing all that, but not Teofimo Sr. He's been the same way ever since I met him. Ain't nothing changed.
I mean, perfect.
So we're bringing in Blu-ray.
Come here, Bill. Huh?
Mike Coppinger just. I mean, if you just want to follow through the Henderson, I haven't read it yet. I'm just reading what 3:08 p.m. January. Today is the 11th, guys.
Bella.
Is today the 11th or the 10th? Or the 12th.
Today's the 11th.
Oh, the 11th. Okay, so it's 3:00 today. The Henderson Nevada Police Department tells ESPN that the investigation involving Rolly Romero has been closed and no charges were filed. Romero was pulled from the scheduled December fight with Gervonta Davis due to accusations of sexual assault. Full story coming to ESPN. So I guess it's done.
Hey, Bill, when y'all bringing in Blu-ray?
When we go up to 140.
Oh man, bring him now. Fuck it.
No, I don't want to. I talked to Blue. Yeah, I gotta make that weight.
Got to make that weight.
Yeah, I gotta make that weight. So I don't need no unnecessary muscle mass on there. You know what I'm saying? Just doing too much. So I gotta keep doing what I'm doing right now because you know everything is smooth. Yes. Correct.
I can't wait next year this time when you go like Mr. Haney's gonna come in next year this time. You're gonna come in and say, Fred, you were right about them assholes.
I'm be mad as a motherfucker, huh, Fred?
Floyd ain't shit. Leonard ain't shit. Watch next year this time. Watch. Mark my word. Like y'all grilled me last year. You go like, man, they don't want to make no fights. They protecting all their fighters. The 3
Yeah,
fighters
but
they
the
got.
thing about it is they protect. It's a reason why they protecting. It's a reason why they protecting them. You know. Come here.
Hey Fred, you know it's the 2-year anniversary of the boxing section today.
You don't care.
Just like I protect this.
Hey, beautiful. Absolutely. As you should.
You know what I'm saying?
As you should. As you
This one
should.
too. Come here. This one too.
What's up?
What's up?
I saw you on Blue Blood the night before the fight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was love. I watched every second of it.
Yeah.
Every second of it. As you should. How's tennis?
Good.
Tell them how many hours did we train today? Tennis.
Every day we train 4 hours.
4 hours.
Ooh, that homeschooling kicking your butt, huh?
Yeah. So I just got off the court.
I respect that.
And she plays tennis too.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So yeah, that's what we do, man. And I appreciate you guys.
It's all love, man. Thank you.
Get them to bed, man. And
thank you.
You know, I appreciate you guys, man. And for
appreciate the conversation, bro.
9:30 to 11:30. Yeah. Appreciate you, dog. I would say how many hours you've been on. I want to say thank you.
Next time I'm in Vegas, man, we got the link on up, man.
Man, I appreciate you, Kings, man, and you know, shit. Let me come on and get mine off, man. Fred, it's always good to come through that shop. And the thing about the barbershop is that I love like the barbershop in Oakland that I grew up going to, like my barbershop that I go to out here is, you know, it's all kind of different individuals come up in there, and we always have healthy debates, you know, arguments or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You know, one day, you know, you got a LeBron fan, you got a Kobe fan, you got a Floyd fan, you got a Sugar Ray fan. So I just appreciate the platform and you allowing me to come on and talk shit to the owner.
Everybody has a right to it. And people like, Fred, you mad? I know, I'm shutting up. Like, I'm not cutting nobody off. They like, look at Fred's face. I'm like, I have to be quiet when people are talking.
No, I get so much better.
Yeah.
With you, I get so much better, you know, on the platform with you, because I love the way that you let the person talk. And I should do that more often, because I'm always blurting shit out instead of being, okay, let me let you talk. So I hope that I'm getting better at it, and I appreciate you, brother. Kyle, Max, you know what I'm saying? Good night to you, brothers. Y'all have a good one and a happy 2022. Okay?
No, we're gonna have a great one. Appreciate you.
All right.
Now, I hope you get the fight now. I hope you get the fight. I'm just pragmatic. I just been through it too many times with too many fighters.
Hey, when we gonna get Amari Jones back in the ring?
Amari Jones will be back in the ring.
Get him in the shop.
February. Yeah, he'll be back in there at the end of February.
Good.
Back out here or in Vegas somewhere?
No, it's Atlanta. I think it's in Atlanta. The show.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll come back on here and I'll let you guys know.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys know.
Please.
Or
are you gonna be in the corner this time or not?
It's not Atlanta. It's Baton Rouge. Louisiana.
You going on the ship or you going on casino?
Oh, yeah, I ain't got no business out there.
You know, because we fought out there as well before, out in Baton Rouge at one of those casinos. Yeah.
All right. Appreciate you. Thank you, dog. Man, it's
all love.
Thank you. Appreciate you. And congratulations to Kyle, 2-year anniversary.
Yeah, we turning up.
Yeah,
party time. God damn it!
I'm gonna crank out the XO for you, dog.
Yeah. Congratulations on that. Thank you, Max. Thank you, Kyle, for your help. Thank you to everyone.
Hey, thank you for letting me stay on, Fred. I mean to be on here the whole time, but you know.
Yeah, it's cool.
Good.
It's cool. Thank you. You were helping me before the show, so I was like, shit, might as well stay on. Like, yeah, you know. So, but thank you so much. And y'all want to respond to? Anybody want to respond? You got anything you want to say? We've been on shit for hours.
You know, we all good, man. You know.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I mean, Rolly beat the case. He beat the case, man. I mean, I think people have their own opinions on it. Yeah, like I said, even if he's 1,000% innocent, I'm not gonna let my daughter go on no date with him. So that, you know what I mean? So you can have your own feelings about it. We ain't got to deal with it. It's his life. Good luck. We'll see if he even comes back to boxing because he's been talking about retiring for a minute, like even when all this shit was going down. So we'll see if they give him a fight.
Right.
In the words of the great philosopher Craig, you ain't appalled, you a nigga that steal.
You ain't a what?
I said, in the words of the great philosopher Craig, you ain't appalled, you a nigga that steal.
Okay. Appalled? You ain't appalled?
Yeah, remember he was like, I'm appalled.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
like, you ain't appalled, you a nigga that steal.
Oh, you know, speaking of Friday, that was from Friday, right?
Huh?
Yeah.
Friday, right? You know what's gonna be my next film? Miss Parker. Miss Parker. I haven't made that.
Oh, she got it. Oh, she in it.
She's feeling
good. Miss Parker is gonna be one of the actresses in my next film.
Hey, Fred, I was sick as a dog last night, man.
Oh, it's fine. I hope. I'm glad you're better now. I thought you were out with your girl doing what you need to do in that, and that's totally.
Nah, I was fucked up.
I'm glad you're better. Totally,
yeah, man. Hey, me and Fred going to Wale concert next month, nigga.
Oh my god, man!
Yeah. So fuck what y'all talking about.
He ain't going
I
together.
didn't even know Wale still did concerts, man.
I know. Facts. But yours is what, on the 16th or the?
Yeah. Yours is what, 12th?
I don't know. I ain't got the tickets yet, but
yeah, I'm getting mine today.
I got to check my calendar, make sure I can go. So, but yeah, Miss Parker, Kyle has a movie. Make sure you go to theboxingsection.com and check out his movie. While we were on, Rolly went live, and I don't know what he said, but y'all was DMing it to me. I appreciate y'all DMing it to me.
If he was with a female, you'd have seen how he get out. But
yeah, but that don't mean. But I see so many awkward people. Like I see awkward married men.
No, it don't be awkward, Fred. It'd be different. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah. You got to see it. It's one of the things you got to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
hey, you see anybody come to nigga defense? Hey, you see that nobody come to his defense. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, like I said, he's not the great candidate. He's not Rosa Parks. Yeah. I don't know if you were on at that time. He's not Rosa Parks. Yeah. You know, like Rosa Parks was carved. She was planned, I believe. You know, and her husband worked for the NAACP. She was a seamstress. The other girl was having problems in school. Claudette, Miss Colvin. She was 15 and a middle of the road grade school, and you know, she wasn't the number one choice. So 9 months later, you know, Rosa Parks comes, and there you have it. So so I'm with you. He's not the greatest candidate, but the case is closed, and he gets to move on with his career. And the fact I just stand on I just lean on what I know to be true. Like I talk in opinions and like for the show and have fun, but like how I come to logistical truth is by like information and or behavioral patterns that I've actually witnessed, right? And I haven't seen the behavioral patterns of. I've actually partied with Rolio, not Rolio, but I actually drove him. I'm glad we brought this up. Sam Watson got the key to the city in Las Vegas, right? And that night, I went to a party at a rented house. I forget what it was for. I gave Rolly a ride to the party. And then on the way back, I gave Chris and Deontay Wilder a ride back to the MGM. So that's the most amount of time I've ever spent with Rolly. He was just he's just an uncouth kid to me. Like he's awkward. Like he's uncouth. Like he doesn't really have the structure. He's just awkward. He's not neutered like me. Let's use the term neutered. Like since his neck, because I want to place him in a positive light in this position, and me in a negative light. You know, like he's not as cultivated, you know, as I am. You know, so I gave him a ride. We was in the car for 30 minutes. We had to drive to the homes all the way in Henderson in a gated community. They had to get our name and all that. So I spent about 30 minutes with him in the car, and that's the most extent. It sounds awkward, right? Here comes the jokes because you know.
He was in the car with him.
Yeah. But and it just hit me right now. I did, and he wasn't really rambunctious. Like he's really an introvert. Like as I remember him at the party, he had cards on him or dice or something, and he wanted to play games. I remember that. I really remember that, and that's all I remember. And then I spent some time with him in the lobby of it was Earl Spence, Mikey Garcia. I spent about 3 hours on and off with him. That's fine. You cut me off.
No, I was asking.
Okay. I'll stop. But I spent 3 to 4 hours with him in the hotel lobby. You know how I sit out there and wait, get interviews, and just keep on getting interviews? Well, he was in the lobby with me all night, off and on. Like he would go and do something and come back and talk for 10 minutes. So I spent a lot of time with him there, but he's just an introvert. He's not like Earl Spence. He's not like Gary Russ. He's not like Devin Haney. Like he's awkwardly weird. Like and you wouldn't expect that, him being a fighter, and he got twitches to him too. But I've been around people that got twitches, so that don't see me as like weird. I just see I know normal people that got like twitches, you know what I mean? And that's just who they are, you know? So, but I just think it's, you know, I don't know, but that was my take on it as it pertains to that. And, you know, I just, you know, so Jamel is awkward too. Jamel is awkward too. Like I don't see, but I wouldn't see him as like, oh, he's the type that would. No, I don't. I don't. But what I was gonna say is, like,
he hit females though.
He do. Like I don't know what that looks like. Like I can see if a guy is like, nah, he's a talker. Jamel is a talker. Jamel is not really rah. He's a talker.
I don't know, man. I know a lot of dudes that have hit females that are just quiet, like mind the business type dudes. It's not always a lot of aggressive people. Like it could be anyone, really. It could be anyone. Like that's the thing. Any of this shit could be anyone. It could be the loud aggressive person, the quiet, nice, polite person. It could be anyone.
Yeah. I just know Jamel to be a fake aggressive. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't really I play my part on his fight week because it's his fight week. I play my part. You know, I don't want to make he's cutting weight, and I know he's a little bit aggressive, and so but I pretend like if it's fight week, but if it's not fight week with him, I'll push it a little bit, but I don't know what that means. But the point I want to make is I just find it very, very weird that Rolly got his fight date stripped from him when Tank has an open case. It's on camera. Both his hit. I don't know if he ran from a hit and run, and Floyd got convicted and fought. And these are the two major players in this fight. So I find that awkward that he's different. So, and yeah, someone made a great point. Like Marcus Brown, he's a quiet kid. Like I've been around him, never spoken to him. And PBC would not let me ask him questions when he fought when he got that slit in his forehead. PBC kept me away from because they know I was going to ask the questions but they just know I would have. So they made sure I didn't ask them questions. And that's the second time PBC has done that. PBC did it to me when I went to they canceled the press conference because it was only me and 3 media members there. Gary Russell versus Jojo Diaz. They canceled the Q&A portion of the press conference because I was there.
Who's you gonna ask a question to?
About the nigga emails. They told me, "Oh, we're not gonna have the press conference because it's going." No, we can't do that because I know you're gonna ask the question about so they canceled it. Yeah, they canceled it.
The power of Fred, man.
Yeah.
In the words of the great philosophers, Kyle Davis, keep your foot in these niggas' necks, Fred. We not supervisors, nigga, we bosses.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, I totally appreciate y'all. And
You know.
but it's just a string of things with PBC, man. If I went through the list of shit that I went through with PBC, ask Blue Blood. Blue Blood to come on here and tell you, man, this and they were, you know what I mean? Ask Earl Spence, he saw it firsthand. Ask Gary Russell, he saw it firsthand. You know, shit. You know, they saw it with their own eyes. And they said, oh, come to me if something happens. Don't curse him out. Don't challenge him to a fight, Fred. And I go to them, nothing happens. They come back the next week. That's why I said PBC is full of shit, man. PBC is full of shit, man. They so phony, dog. They so fake and phony. Al is this fake guy. He done led all these black fighters into a cave, and he said it's a light at the end of the tunnel, and it ain't no light. That's a guarantee. Every fighter at PBC is only fighting once this year. If they get a fight. Watch. So, but yeah, man, that's what I got about 30 episodes with PBC.
Hey, Fred, in the words of the great philosopher DB.
Yes.
There go Fred talking about Al again.
Oh, yeah. All of them pieces of shit. All of them pieces of shit, man. And it's a badge of honor. I take it as a badge of honor that I get to sit here, and we had 800 people live in here tonight, and up to 800 people. Yeah, you know, thank you to Bill Haney, you know, and but if the platform isn't here, he's not here. So I want to thank everybody, you know, at the end of the day. And I think Leonard Ellerbe, Floyd Mayweather, Al Haymon, I don't think they do justice to black people. I think they use black people for money, and I stand on it. And we have great examples of it right now. And Gary Russell is strung out there. Jamal Charlo is Al Haymon's lapdog. Like, y'all gonna see. I don't think he's fighting Canelo. If he does, I'm wrong. But he's lied to Charlo so many times, and Charlo ain't said nothing. You know what I mean? He's lied to Charlo at least 4 to 5 times, dog. Like, how does the stories I know to be true, man. I'm talking about Jamal Charlo, not Jamel. You know, he's lied so many times, man. It's just sad. It's just sad. But it's all gonna come out, and they all gonna come on to the show, and you're gonna be like, damn, Fred. But it's already done. PBC is already done. PBC can't succeed because they got to pay back the $1 billion. So they got to fail. So that's what it is. So so I thank y'all for coming in here tonight. It was fun. It was real. And we got Rick Glazier coming in tomorrow. Wow, I forgot about that. We got Rick Glazier coming. I mean, he was so great. We've had a guest every night this week. Damn, I didn't even expect that. But you never know when you're in the shop. You know, I mean, Rick Glazier is gonna be a fun show too. You know, but and another thing too, I want to do a video, and I'll probably do a video on this. But Fox is taxing PBC, and this is just me driving in the car by myself with my thoughts. And you know how I believe I'm putting 2 and 2 together. They're putting the fights on pay-per-view, so they get a percentage of the pay-per-view. Because I think it's what 80-20, 70-30, 60-40, somewhere in there where they split. I remember Bob Arum said 70-30, where they goes to cable network and what you call it? Promotional company. And I think they're tying the hands around Al Haymon and PBC, because not only do they want them to fail, but they want them to make minimum dollars. So they don't put no money into the card, and they force them to make money by putting it on pay-per-view, and they know it's not going to sell. And the cable company is taking 40% or 30% or 20%. You understand what I'm saying? So it forces their hand to fail. You know, so like how many pay-per-views you think they said? So let's just say they did 20,000 pay-per-views at $39, right? 50% of 39 of 40, let's say $40 is $20. So let's say they did 80-20 with the cable company, right? So that's $30 a pay-per-view. What's $30 times 20,000, Kyle? 30,000. 600,000?
Yep.
So pay-per-view made $600,000. Where is it? How did it make any money?
Did they ever release the numbers on that Ortiz review?
Nah, they can't release the numbers. But what I'm saying is that's basically what they would have made. You get what I'm saying? So they made $600,000. What did Luis Ortiz made? What did Charles Martin make? You had 5 pay-per-view cards, and you got Frank Martin on the undercard. You got all these. You didn't sell no tickets. You get what I'm saying? So
they said they did 750,000 though buys.
For what?
And yeah, ask Ted Jones. That's why he had to apologize.
No, they have 750,000 views on the free portion. That's views for the Frank Martin fight.
Yeah, I can't see that selling those 750 buys on pay-per-view, man.
Nah, they did 10 to 20.
Fuck no.
They did 10 to 20,000 buys. So, but Rick Grazier's he claims to be an expert on pay-per-view buys. So we'll ask him tomorrow night. So, yeah. Anything else, Kyle? Anything else, Max? Before we get out of here?
I'm out.
I appreciate you, dog.
Thank you for having me, man. As always.
Play the song, Fred.
Got you, man. Make sure you guys go to Kyle. You going live tonight, right, Kyle?
Yeah, I'm live right now.
Okay, I appreciate make sure y'all go to the boxing section. I appreciate y'all coming in tonight. I appreciate y'all working with me on the time. We're starting to fill in. I told you we're gonna start filling in. 7:30 Pacific Standard Time. 10:30 is when we start. So I want to say thank you. We got Rick Glazier, we got People Hernandez that come in the building. We got Mex, we got Deacon, we got the twins that came in the building. We got Trucking Podcast. Did I get that right? Freight and Trucking Podcast. We had Mr. Cole came in, but he's zoomed back out. I don't know why he didn't come in, and we got a whole bunch of people. And Miss T, so I thank you guys for coming in. Rich, Struggle, everyone else, man. Rob G, it's all love. Club 57. 4 hours, dog. God damn, we back to normal. I'm glad we came on at 7:30. Earthquake, man. I appreciate you, man. Struggle Boxing. And if you disagree with me, you guys got to call in. Please call in. Beam in. When there's a guest, I'm probably only going to do beam ins because them phones be ringing and it's hard to do both. You know what I mean? It's easier that way. So I appreciate it. Respect my tech. Thank you, Kyle. Congratulations.
All right, Fred. I'm gonna see you on the show.
Appreciate it. I'll be there. All right.
Yeah, you gotta come on because you know what I'm saying. You were intricate with these 2 years, nigga.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. For sure. Respect my tech, Birdman, Bob. I want to say thank you guys, all y'all, for coming in here, man. You know what I mean? We had a good show and we changed the time. So I thank you. And thank y'all for sharing that Bill Haney was on. I want to say thank you because I know y'all were sharing. Hey, Bill Haney's on getting that Fred. He's challenging Fred. He's killing Fred. I'm not right all the time. I deserve to be challenged. I deserve to be criticized. You know what I mean? So my son does it. You know what I mean? Dre does it. Kennedy's the best at it. Kennedy got me wrapped around her finger, dog. Man, so. More than welcome, dog. So I want to say thank you, guys. Yeah. And don't forget 9 Wives, man. We got into 7 film festivals this week and last week. So it's been a hell of a week. I'm going to post it on my Instagram starting this week. It's been a hell of a week. So, I mean, it's to the point. 9 Wives is by far the most successful film that I've had. It's been all over the world. Australia, Germany, and at least 10 different countries. Africa, that's a continent, but yeah, it's all over America. It's been a hell of a film. Thank y'all for supporting it and buying it. Click the link that's pinned and go buy the film. Go stream it right now. Love y'all, man. Thank you guys so much for coming in tonight. See y'all tomorrow night. We got Rick Glazier tomorrow night. It's gonna be a hell of a show. Ooh, it's gonna be a fun show. Love y'all, man. Thank you guys. Thank you, Bill Haney, Mr. Haney, and everyone else. Thank you, y'all.